Oh, there, no.
There we go.
So you are
Oh, wait, we're online now.
in business.
Okay.
Thank you, Mike.
You're absolutely welcome, folks. Like that, so.
She'll be on her way to joining online.
Someone was
Okay.
thinking very good. Let's get this sucker turned on. Should be like that.
And there's another public comment that I don't, because I can't see it.
Tell me to change that.
Can folks online hear us? Is the audio on?
Yes.
Oh, and we can hear you. Perfect.
Yeah, so just as a logistical
Yeah.
thing, the audio pucks there, when they're glowing white,
Yeah.
it's on and it picks up everything. So if she whispers to her, it's gonna hear everything. This little puck right here is a remote control. You can turn the volume up or
Okay,
down.
okay.
And if you push this red button, and then it unmutes. So
Thank you so much.
you're welcome.
That's
Any other questions?
Sorry, I really appreciate it.
Discombobulated because I never am in person doing this. It feels weird. It's like a lot of pressure.
And Jubilee is.
It'll
just
feel like
for folks
wax.
On the phone, we're just kind of getting settled and then Jubilee is here, but, oh no, you're right there. I thought we're sitting there. Okay, then I'll shut the phone.
Do we have, so we have a quorum, right? 1, 2, 3. Yes, we do. Okay. All right, should we get started? Okay, welcome everyone. This is our last, actually, do you want to facilitate or do you want?
You can get started. I forget. I ran into it.
Okay, pause. Oh, that's right. Okay. Good morning. Welcome to our last General Assistance Emergency Housing Program Task Force meeting. This is our 8th of 8 meetings, and we've extended this meeting time to 4 o'clock today to put together our final recommendations for the report that will be submitted to the legislature by January 15th. So with that, should we do a round of intros for the task force members and then get started? So my name is Sarah Russell. I'm the Special Assistant to End Homelessness for the City of Burlington, and I'm representing emergency shelter providers on this task force.
I am Jubilee McGill. I'm the Assistant Director of the Vermont Coalition of Runaway and Homeless Youth Programs and State Representative, and I am one of the members with lived experience and also the co-chair.
Hi, everybody. Elise Greaves. I'm the Housing Stewardship Coordinator with the Vermont Housing and Conservation Board.
Hey everyone, Frank Knack with the Housing and Homelessness Alliance of Vermont, representing HHAB.
Lily Sojourner, the Director of the Office of Economic Opportunity for the Department for Children and Families, representing the Commissioner of the Department for Children and Families.
Amy Johnson, Vermont Care Partners, representing the designated agencies and specialized service agencies.
Brenda Siegel, and I am representing Vermont Center for Independent Living at the task force, and I'm also the Executive Director of End Homelessness Vermont.
And we'll go online. Molly, do you want to go next?
Sure. Good morning. I'm Molly Dugan. I work at Cathedral Square, and I'm here representing the Long-Term Care Crisis Coalition.
Thanks, Molly. Chris?
Christopher Loris, one of the homeless response coordinators for the city of Rutland and the League of Cities and Towns designee to the task force.
Thanks, Chris. And Nicole, you're sitting in for Miranda today. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Hi. Yes. Hi, Nicole Tuziak, covering for Miranda Gray, who's the Deputy Commissioner of the Economic Services Division for the Department of Children and Families.
Thanks, Nicole. Thanks for joining us. Okay, we will move into approving our minutes from the November 19th meeting. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
I'll move to approve the minutes.
Thanks, Brenda. Second?
A second.
Molly will second. Are there any discussion or edits for the minutes from the November 19th meeting? Okay, hearing none, all in favor to approve the minutes from November 19th, say aye or raise your hand.
Aye.
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 opposed? And any abstentions?
BHCB will abstain because we weren't in attendance at that meeting.
Thanks, Elise. So looks like we are unanimous with one extent, or well, we're not unanimous. We have one abstention there, right? Okay, moving into public forum. I'm going to go ahead and open up public forum at 9:20. Is there anyone who wishes to provide comment during public forum, either online or in the room? Brenda, you sent something that'll be posted on the website?
There are two people that sent public comments. One I was sending to you and the other they were, but they couldn't, they were having technical difficulties. Both asked that somebody read it. For a variety of reasons, for health reasons.
Do you want to go ahead and read them?
I can read one of them. And I will not read the second one. But I can read, I will read, if somebody else can read George Flannery's that I just sent you.
Okay.
And I can read Troy Ryder's. Which one do we want?
Go ahead, Brenda.
Okay, so Troy Ryder sent this in and it says, "My name is Troy Ryder. I would like to submit a public comment for the General Assistance Emergency Housing Task Force. I would like someone to read this for me. I will not be able to come to the public comment period. I want to start by urging the task force to recommend keeping people sheltered until they find permanent housing. Also, it's very important for people with health conditions and disabilities to have access for reasonable accommodations, both to stay sheltered and to use hotels or shelters that adequately meet their needs. After my 80 days ran out, I was forced to sleep in a car. I have insulin-dependent diabetes, and I at the time had to use 100% oxygen. While sleeping in the car, I got a blood infection from the impacts of sleeping outside, and also I did not have access to my insulin. I had surgery on my legs and for the blood clots. However, I was discharged from the surgery to my car." My site decided to reload right in the middle of that. I apologize. To my car. 3 weeks later, my heart began to give out, and it turns out that because there was a blood infection throughout my entire body, the blood infection had deteriorated a heart valve and the infection had gotten to my mouth and teeth. In order for them to repair my heart, they had to remove all of my teeth so that they could try to kill the infection before the heart surgery. The doctors told me that there was a chance I would not come out of it, and that scared me. They realized that I needed a double bypass as well. I could not have had any of these surgeries until the infection was gone. I finally had the surgery and thankfully survived. But with my teeth and having been removed, I'm assuming is what that means. It says with my teeth and having had a severe illness that could have been avoided if I had been sheltered. In September, my authorized representative asked the Department of Children and Families for a reasonable accommodation to remain sheltered. The accommodation was denied. As a result of being unsheltered, my health significantly declined and I lost all of my teeth and I had to have major surgery. I was discharged from the hospital after the heart surgery once again without a voucher. The room that I could have used was given a reasonable accommodation for on December 1st was now full, and the department had taken out of use many available rooms. I only finally became sheltered after December 1st on December 16th. When I discharged, my authorized representative explained to me that ESD was now only giving reasonable accommodations for those hotels to people in wheelchairs. I had just had a double bypass, a blood infection and multiple surgeries, and now she was not sure I would qualify for a reasonable accommodation. I decided that I did not want to go through with that and be denied, so instead we worked every day to get me back in. I'm still hooked up to IV pumps and I was discharged without a voucher. I have to change those myself and it is impossible to do outside. And I will be hooked up for a long time. There are a lot of people in this program with many kinds of health conditions and disabilities. The federal law allows us to access these programs and gives administrators the tools to make reasonable accommodations. It is frustrating that there is not recognition of the ability to make a reasonable accommodation. And for me, that meant declining health, multiple surgeries, and permanent changes to my body. No one should ever be faced with life or death just because they're experiencing homelessness. It's cold out and people have died. I hope that the task force will make recommendations that no longer send people to live outside. And I apologize if there were things that he wrote that I read incorrectly. So maybe take a look at it yourself as well.
And these will get posted online. Okay, thank you, Brenda, and thank you, Troy, for sharing. and submitting public comment. I will read, this is from George Flannery. I am George Flannery, and this is the second public comment that I'm writing to the GA Emergency Housing Task Force. In my first comment, I talked about how scared I was about what would happen to me when my 80 days ran out. I rely on 100% oxygen, and now I'm in multiple organ failure, emphysema, and COPD. I wanted to comment again because I think it is important to know what did happen and what living outside can do to people. I don't know how I did not die. My health declined significantly. Before the 80 days ran out, I was on oxygen, but I could do normal activities. And though I would sometimes end up in the hospital, my likelihood of surviving this illness was higher. So I'm not sure that I can say that I did survive it, because the reality is that it accelerated my illness in a way that I can only hope that I can fight. In the last 60 days, my health declined. Several times my oxygen dipped into the low 60s. Last week it dipped into the 50s, and on Friday it went as low as 48. Living outside was causing me to slowly suffocate. I don't want to be dramatic or extreme, but what happened was extreme. I stayed in touch with End Homelessness Vermont throughout my time outside. They have helped me with my voucher since I got sick. On November 18th, EHVT started trying to find me a room that could accommodate my needs to pre-book for December 1st. They turned over every stone and could not find something that worked. At this point, I need a liver transplant and have an incredibly restrictive diet, or it cannot be done. I can only walk 15 feet, and the oxygen tank that I've been using is no longer enough. A regular portable machine will soon not be enough anymore. I'm not going to a nursing facility because I have the care I need, but I need to be inside. I am only 48 years old. This only started in late 2023, and I still have a chance at survival. I don't want to die. I need shelter on the first floor. I need access to a kitchenette for my diet, and I need to be close to my medical providers who are all in Rutland. After many days of trying to find something that would work for my disability, my authorized representative asked DCF for a reasonable accommodation, just as she had in September when my 80 days ran out. Only this time she just asked so that I could use a hotel room that had been taken offline but was available, one that met all my needs. One that was on the first floor, had a kitchenette, and is right across the street from my primary care doctor, who I have to see frequently, and close to the Rutland Regional Medical Center. That request for a reasonable accommodation was denied. I would have taken something not perfect to get inside, but I was not offered anything. I opted to go to a fair hearing and ask for my request to be approved. We had an emergency preliminary hearing, and I am attaching the results of that hearing to my public comment because it better explains my situation than I can. With so little oxygen, I am unable to say much. The experience of going to the fair hearing was extremely stressful. It happened in 3 hearing times, the third last Friday, December 12th. Only when the Human Services Board called me, they did not reach me. That is because I had passed out. My caregiver came to find me outside in the passenger seat of a car, and I was incoherent. Ultimately, the Human Services Board found in my favor for that preliminary hearing, but I never should have had to go through that. My doctor had written a note that had already been submitted to ESB. I should not have been questioned about the validity of my health. The hearing felt harsh, and I was not able to think completely straight because of my condition. I was lucky that I had someone representing me. The preliminary decision showed a department policy that had not been followed in my case. It is one that I know is right by the American with Disabilities Act, and one that with a few small changes would ensure that people like me had a better chance of survival outside. I saw the news of people dying outside a few weeks ago, and I was sure that was going to be me. I know that my case is extreme, but I also know that I'm not alone. And it is important for people to understand that before I was sick, I did work at the hotels. I saw so many people with many different kinds of disabilities. Their needs might be different than mine, but they deserve to have those needs met. Disabilities have a broad range and have different needs. Reasonable accommodations are not just for people in wheelchairs. I think it is important to understand that. There are people with schizophrenia, people with severe depression, people with high-risk pregnancy, people with severe asthma, people who use walkers, all of whom might be at significant risk and have specific needs. Some with disabilities that you can't see. Not all needs can be met, but when they can, that should be default. People have to fight way too hard to get what they need instead of being supported. There are many reasons that people need an accommodation. In my case, not only was it possible to meet my need, there was a room that met my needs sitting empty in a hotel that was being used for other people who needed reasonable accommodations, even though the hotel had been taken offline. There was a hotel with almost 40 empty rooms, many on the ground floor that would not have had a kitchenette, but would have gotten me out of the cold, and I was not even offered that. I felt like my life was not valuable and couldn't understand why. After the finding and just before my final fair hearing yesterday, DCF changed course and decided to allow my accommodation as had been decided in the preliminary hearing. Thankfully, because I'm not sure that I could go through another hearing with such low oxygen. I hope that the committee will consider recommending that people remain sheltered until they are permanently housed. I was not sick like this 18 months ago. It happened suddenly. It could happen to anyone. I also hope that people will take a look at that preliminary finding and see that there is a need for specific recommendations about disabilities, because without it, we are not heard and our needs are not being met. Please listen to those who work with people with disabilities and those of us who have them. I hope that I am well enough to testify in the legislature when this is being considered, but in case I am not, please make these recommendations so that what happened to me will not happen to others. Thank you all for your time, your hard work, and your dedication. I know that none of this is easy and you are all trying your best. Please just remember to listen to those of us living it as you consider what is next. Thank you, George. I know you couldn't join us today, but this will be posted online for folks to take a look at.
I think that didn't the comment say that he was attaching?
Yeah, I don't see
that attachment.
They didn't send that to me, and though I actually have that attachment, I'm not comfortable submitting it myself. I think he needs to submit it, so because I'm the representative.
Of course.
So when they have a chance, they'll send it and you can attach it.
Great, thank you.
We'll get that.
Any other public comment that folks would like to make? Oh, I didn't see you.
No, that's all right. I was debating whether I make a comment or not, but I feel like they need to make a comment. That's a very interesting screen.
I'm very insecure about it.
I guess I wanted to make the group aware of that Senator Lyons and I met with Commissioner Winters regarding the prioritization procedure, I guess it's called. I think it's procedure policy, I'm not sure which. And I just wanted folks here to know that we specifically did say that we felt that that was not consistent with legislative intent of the budget language. And in a number of areas, the reapplication process, and as well as the way it's written, the way we understand it is that essentially if a person who meets one of the higher priorities comes, and a person who is not in one of those higher priorities or a lesser of the higher priorities, they could be exited from the hotel and one of the higher priorities could be put in. It was definitely, there was no legislative intent that once somebody is housed in winter weather conditions, that they would be unhoused to move somebody else in. It really was on a, it's not the best, but on a first come, first served basis with the capacity that we have. So I just, that was a conversation that we had with the commissioner And I just wanted the committee to be aware of that.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak during public comment today? Okay, hearing none, we'll go ahead and close public comment at 9:35. If there are other folks who want to submit comment, they can send them to Jubilee and I, and we'll make sure that they're posted on the website. Great. Okay, moving into reviewing the report. I received some questions. There was not a new report that was posted on the website. We had a deadline for that and needed to provide some extension for additional public comment to come in. And because of that, I did not combine all of the recommendations with the document. I want to be clear that what has been posted with track changes we're referring to as like a guiding document and not the report. So I just wanted to clarify that because I think there was, maybe some confusion around language there. And I certainly will accept responsibility for that. So we today are going to go ahead and look at that document. And I think Brenda did a great job of going through and, kind of just summarizing where votes had happened and where they hadn't. And I think that that's probably the best place for us to start.
Yeah,
today.
Sounds great.
And I'm just said report again. Okay, so when I say report, I actually just mean document. So that's just a disclaimer. I know, I'm like, what else do I don't know? Yeah. So, okay, so Jubilee, do you want to share your screen? How do you want to?
I'd have to log into the meeting. 1 second.
Oh, I thought you were.
I'm not.
You're not. Okay.
It's a different JM. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
I can do that though.
Where is the document you are referring to, Molly? That is, let me just find it on the website. Contribution pending resource. Meeting notes, agenda. Oh, where is that? Was on the website.
I didn't, I didn't be able to see it, but I may have just.
Monica, was that removed from the website?
She just set a link in the chat.
Oh, perfect. Okay. Yeah,
I believe if you scroll down on the GA task force website, there's a section that says recommendations to the legislature, and the one with edits from November 19th, I believe is the latest one.
Thank you. I did remember that I remember now that I did find it there.
Do you want me to do the report? Share that one? Or the memo?
I think, why don't I share my screen because I actually have the Word document up here. And
So
then
just to confirm, it's the draft with edits from November 19th. That is the latest version. Okay.
that is,
Monica, thanks, Sarah.
what did you say?
I said, thanks, Monica.
Oh, I was like, well, I don't know what you said. Okay. Whoa, okay. I also just want to ask before we go through this, just because I have been joining virtually, that there is such a horrific echo typically when on the room. Are you all here? Frank, I know we complain about this during all of the meetings. And so are you all hearing that at all today?
No, it's all fine.
It's been because of, they've done massive work to the, like the ducts and all of that. And they've had dehumidifiers and air purifiers running. So I'm thinking that's likely the background, but that has all, at least in this room, been.
That's so great because it is usually absolutely awful.
Yeah.
Okay, let me find. So I think, there we go. All right, and I will make that larger. Is that large enough for folks to be able to see?
Yep, looks good.
Okay. All right, so moving through this document, I'm also going to pull up what Brenda shared. Welcome to a tour of my email. Next, we'll go to Elisa's desktop.
It's a scary place.
Yes, it is. Okay.
You get to all see from my email that watching that task force meeting gets, if you want to hear what the echo sounds like, if you haven't been online.
That's what she was like, I just heard that. It's really bad.
I wrote that twice in the email, not recommended to listen to this.
It's really awful. Okay. So here we have, Brenda has put together where we kind of voted and what we landed on. And then this is the draft that we have been working on here. So I think it makes sense to go through and to sort of toggle through to both of them. Brenda, do you want to start here? Were there any, so we have voted on all of the eligibility requirements.
Right.
Okay.
And the draft didn't show the language and I didn't know how the draft was being used. So that's why I did put that there.
I guess the language here, I'm looking at, we have has a disability defined by ADA and documented by a healthcare provider with the variance form and or social security income. And you are saying that we need all of this.
Well, we voted on that specific, those eligibility as they were written. And that was, so I think while you guys are absolutely going to be writing a report that we don't see everything, but the things we voted on specific language, I feel like should be in as language that we voted on.
Okay. So we will go ahead and
Welcome, Teresa.
Welcome. I can't see you back there, sorry.
I feel it.
I want to stand for hours.
all right. We can do formatting later, but I just can't actually stand that.
There's some formatting. that
Yeah,
can be-
there will be formatting, but that is
I mean, you,
huge for me,
if we,
so.
I pulled exactly what we voted for in that full eligibility criteria that was in the minute, so you guys can just pull it later if everybody,
Okay.
so.
Was there other language that differed, or was it really just this disability?
No, there was a few things. There was
Okay.
the domestic violence, which is below anyway.
Oh, yeah.
But then there was, there was some that were just like the shorthand, but not actually what we voted for.
Yeah.
And so if you just look through, it says exactly what we voted for.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. All right. So that is the first piece on eligibility criteria. Then I think we can move into the, I'm going to look at this draft here.
Sarah, before we move on, this is Molly, just, I wasn't at that October 29th meeting, and I just had a question about, I saw that the hospital stay was taken out. I just want to make sure I understand why that was.
That was because it was covered already in the disability variance forms, or was covered already under disability, because short-term disabilities can be following a hospital stay.
Short-term
A
disability
medical
can be
provider
what?
can still fill out that form. So basically, it was already covered.
Okay.
I don't know where, it's right there.
Do you feel okay with that, Molly?
As long as it's already covered, yes. I don't need to like cause a lot of delay on things. So, okay. Yes, thank you.
Okay. All right. What am I doing here? This is like way too much. Okay. Okay. We talked about elimination of the resource test, meaning that savings will not be considered. With the program requirements, this is where I kind of wanted to, so like to sort of focus on. So we have in here that households will be deemed eligible under the above criteria until they enter into permanent housing. We have a note here that says that we need to check on this still. I don't know if this, to make sure that this complies with the Olmstead Act. So I feel like that's something that's hanging out that we're going to need some legal. Or did you have other?
So I went back and listened, and we voted on language instead of agreeing, because there were some of us that were not going to agree to must accept shelter placement or must accept housing placement. We agreed to language that says ledge to look at the requirement around accepting alternative shelter and housing placement needs review for the Olmstead decision. So instead of deciding
That matches my,
Yeah.
we couldn't kind of come to any sort of consensus on those, but yeah.
So, and I went back and listened just to make sure that that's what we voted on, and it is.
Okay, so I guess I just want to make sure that we're really clear. So we are suggesting, you're recommending to remove those last two bullet points and put in here that a recommendation
and I pulled the exact language that we voted on, which was also the exact language that you right there. So
okay, so I guess it's this like, so what all you're saying is that for this comment to just be inserted in here and to remove these.
Yes, right.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
okay, so we're saying the same thing, because that's why I was like, it's there.
We often are.
Okay. So let's do this. Okay. We will just insert this. Oh, jeez. I'll insert that in. Okay.
Brave to do this live.
I know, I was just thinking that.
I see.
Like even just having like one person looking over my shoulder.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. Great. So moving on then, where else in terms of program requirements are there concerns around?
I think that there was a lot of it that was crossed out, but we actually hadn't voted on recommendations for program requirements yet. So I think that's what I wrote in the memo. I'll try to pull the memo up so that I know what I'm talking about. Oh,
Well,
I have it right here.
We moved it. So we moved those to a different section. That's why they're crossed out.
Oh, okay.
So what we did was just copy and paste it to another section in here.
Okay. So that was the only thing under program requirements. I was like, wait, we haven't voted on those yet, and we tabled it.
Because there was a second recommendation or another recommendation in here that talked specifically about income contribution. So we removed it from the program requirements and just placed it under that particular directive. So,
okay.
Yeah.
It's fine. We'll get to if it's just moved, or if I sent you guys recommendations that I didn't see anyways. So, I think it's okay.
Okay. So here we have again that households will be eligible for the program under length of days specifically. And this is the same.
Right.
So I think that we can add in here again this piece. I guess I'm curious. I want to say something in here, I guess, kind of around this, though. I'm hesitant to take all of it out.
So I think that, at least for me, and I don't know if there's others as well, I won't vote yes on that because I don't think that is in compliance with the Olmsted decision. And so just on behalf of VCIL, I just can't. And also I don't think that it's the right way to engage. But I also think that we haven't voted on fully on program requirements yet. And so I feel like that's something we can take up when we're voting on it. Because I feel like there were some recommendations made that were around. I would have to pull up that document too. I'm definitely.
Okay, so here's your program requirements.
That was just for this, though. That was just, yeah, that was just my memo. Yeah, that was a memo about our votes. So not the recommendations piece. I just think we haven't voted on recommendations yet. It says we tabled it in the minutes and confirmed on the video on the recording. Thank you.
So in terms of program requirements, what are other program, what are the recommendations?
I think that there's a bunch of them, but we can go through them now, but I'm wondering if we want to go through the places where we voted first and then go back to what we still need to vote on, or what do you want to do?
It doesn't matter. I guess I would defer to whatever folks want to do.
It seemed to me, it seems like going through the places where we voted first and just figuring that out and then coming back to voting on recommendations seems like the way to go. So we don't get into a long discussion while we're.
Close that document, on this document open.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yeah.
So under this section, are we also talking about length of stay days eligible, or is that, sorry, I couldn't tell from.
No.
We're just going through Brenda's, we'll go back and go through all of this again. We're just going through Brenda's memo first.
It's just about what we voted on, what we didn't vote on.
Which we're almost at the end.
Yeah, it was very, not very little that we voted on, very little in my memo.
Okay, so, shelter placement policy.
I think that was the same. Let's reflect differently. And then I pulled the recording. Okay, here's the recording. Okay, so it's the same thing. You've already talked about that. It's the same.
Okay.
It was the same thing in that second section.
So next is appeals.
The discussion was paused. We didn't actually discuss the process for appeals.
I feel like we've really thoroughly discussed the process for appeals.
We discussed program benefits letters and denial letters, but we didn't get to the appeals section. It was right before lunch, and we stopped there.
Oh,
we did
not on the call during that.
Yeah.
Okay.
We picked that somewhere else. So that just because were some appeals process recommendations that we didn't vote on yet.
Okay, so you just have to do the appeals part of that.
Yeah.
Chart. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. The income contribution. I think we voted on 2 recommendations.
We voted to recommend, I did not put the language in here, I can go back, but we voted to, that we wanted them to look at, that part's correct in your memo, that wanted them to look at the 30%, or that we don't like the way it's done now, basically, and that we were going to include all of the recommendations that were there. So their recommendations, we amended our recommendations, so what's there right now is not what our amended recommendation was. So I just wanted to make sure that if we're including all the recommendations like we voted on, that they're just all there. So I can point out which one was the right one because I had amended it.
Okay,
Like,
yeah.
People didn't like mine.
Can you send us an email with just those ones?
Yes, yes. Yeah.
Just asking for help, making our lives a little simpler. Yeah, I would appreciate that. Then we'll add them to the bullets and that.
Is this where we're talking about the option A and option B?
What we had voted on was, and I went back and listened to make sure, but what was Jubilee's brilliant idea was to vote on just saying that we don't approve of the way that income contribution is done now. And these were the different recommendations that were offered. So we're just offering all the recommendations that were offered.
So the task force recommends changes to the current income contribution. 3 options were discussed, and those are the 3 options here. And you're saying that for this option around the Section 8 piece, you have different language you would like to, that you want to propose?
Well, we had amended our recommendation, and so that's the first one. And the first one that people had generally said that was not going to work for it to be like that. So we had amended it to better cover. So that was like a few meetings ago, but I sent it to y'all, but as we all know, I've had lots of recommendations. And so I will send you that one again, so you can.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I guess, so are we gonna, how do we, I want, just as a point of like order, like how, because there may be some of us that don't support like one of these options.
That's why we voted to do it this way, is we couldn't come. And so these are just the things we talked about, but we couldn't, and some of them depended
But
on.
did we, I don't think that we actually voted on each of these recommendations individually. So
Yeah.
I think we kind of just determined that based on discussion, but I actually think that it's important for us to like, to vote on each of these so that we have that reflected.
So the vote says, and I can go back and get the language, but the vote says that we do not support the 30%. We don't support the way income contribution is done now. And these were the different recommendations that were offered. It doesn't, and we agreed to just put, in the discussion, we agreed to just put all the recommendations offered because we're not going to agree on which recommendations.
I don't think we have to agree, but I am proposing that we vote on each of these recommendations so that that's actually reflected in that those votes are actually reflected.
Like, are you saying you want to keep them, but show like who voted for what?
Yes.
Got it.
Yes. Yeah.
I feel like that personally, I feel like that goes against the spirit of what we had decided as a group. But if that's, I just feel like that because we had decided as a group that we can't come to a conclusion and therefore we're just going to offer these and let the legislature do that. So that would be my concern with doing that. But I
mean, I think that.
So the idea is the legislature could say like, okay, these were the ideas that were put on the table. These, like, we're gonna land on one of these or just come up with our own.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't disagree with that. I would still propose that we vote on each of these and reflect that in the minutes. I think that in terms of, to me, that feels like true to the process. And I think that, votes that were, I mean, we haven't, I know that we've done some votes, in here. And I think that we're going to vote on this as a full document. And so it doesn't, if there's something that, we've discussed that all of a sudden somebody is like, wait a minute, I have a different thought about this. Like, I want to be able to remain like flexible to that too, until we take a vote on the final report. So I guess that's where I'm at.
Or can we just say that none of these were unanimously agreed upon? And that they were just ideas that were discussed?
Can I ask a question? Are you still doing a minority report or not?
I don't know.
Okay.
It's kind of up to people to write those. Like Sarah and I won't be writing them, but we will add them to the report if.
So can we get clarity on that?
Yeah, I would like clarity on sort of like thinking about future planning.
Yeah. I mean, what we had talked about is, having majority and minority and where folks, wanted to add that, if they wanted to vote, why they did not vote yes on it, they could have that option to have that added and have that voice in there. But we also can't think for, so, just didn't feel we're the ones.
So if it's important that to Sarah that we do this, then I'm okay with it. I'm worried that it takes up more time when we already have discussed the issue. So that's my only concern. But if it's really important, then also it's like, we can do that. I just have to pull up the actual recommendations.
So,
Okay.
Yeah.
How are you, Sarah and Jubilee, framing what this is writing? And in some ways, I think this gets to the question that Brenda's bringing up, like, are you saying everything in here received a majority, or this is
Do you mean particularly this report or this specific question?
the whole report? Because I mean, I think in some ways it gets to
Yeah,
this
I didn't realize.
subsection is like, and then at what point should people then add on? Because there are some folks who may say, hey, we as a whole thing can't support, or there's some who might feel like, hey, for this one section. So I guess, like, what is the intro in terms of like, hey, everything in here is.
I hadn't thought about doing a final report. I thought, I think just because people are kind of all over, I think there may be a lot of folks would have trouble voting for a final report. So I thought that was why we were kind of just going section by section, and doing it that way.
So then what, again, so then would you then say, because there has to be like one document, so would you then say like, this document captures section by section, what, like?
The recommendations that received, I think, a majority, and we'll put the votes, not
you're gonna
names.
list the actual votes per each section.
As a legislature, I much prefer it when I have access to that.
Okay, so I think again, that's like super helpful. I think for
Yeah.
us to know like what we're gonna be.
Yeah, I mean, we won't call like
And
roll call votes, I
So-
don't think.
So again, there's maybe, you'll have maybe a little intro, and then you'll say, what is here in each section received a majority of support?
Yes.
Here are the votes for each
Yes.
section. And then if people disagree, they could either do a section by section.
Yeah.
They
And
can
then-
submit whatever they want. Yeah, like,
Well, I.
I guess if somebody feels like really strongly about a particular place that they voted no, then yes, they could do that. If they abstained because they were like, I don't really know, then they don't have, that's what I mean by, yeah, I don't.
I think for, sorry, Frank, I bumped.
No, no worries.
over you, Sorry. In terms of, I'm also thinking about, we're gonna have 5 to 6 new committee members on my committee, and thinking about how we're going to, sort of like receive this and then try to act on it. I like the idea of, each major section, like eligibility, and then, whatever the majority says, and then what the vote is, and then immediately following it, anybody who has a dissenting opinion about that or a dissenting recommendation, that they write it right afterwards.
It's
And-
easier to have the sections.
Section by section, because I can say probably
Gotcha.
as we look at a bill, it will be kind of tackling things section by section. So, and that can be people who have a dissenting opinion that wants it to be more liberal, and people who have a dissenting opinion who wants it to be more strict, either way, but and having the vote, you don't have to have names or anything, but having the vote, gives the committee an idea about, okay, there was like broad consensus about this, or there was limited consensus about this. That would be a helpful way to sort of think about it, but that does require people who have differences from the majority to work towards getting that done in the next month, yeah.
So when would you need that section by section response?
I think.
And then when, I think also, I think it's gonna be important for then everyone to see it back.
Yeah.
Within at least like 72 hours before it's due, so that everyone can see the final version.
Yeah, the timeline that we talked about is to have this report out before Christmas
We're getting together
on Monday.
Yeah, on Monday,
So,
spending the day.
so that will be posted for
For
public comment.
It's not the final.
And
It's due January 15th, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, and like, if you need an extra week, I mean, we have been receiving requests for extensions, so, I'm
I
just saying
want to try to
that.
really stay on that time.
Okay.
appreciate that.
Very stressful.
And on Monday, just work on it.
Okay, I just wanted to let you know that if for some reason it turns out that way, all you have to do is.
Sarah's like, no, thank you.
I remember because we do have so many new members of the committee, a lot of the first week or two will be those like 101 kind of presentations from places.
So we're hoping to get, just for timeline's sake, we're hoping to get the report out by the 23rd or 24th for public comment. During that time, we will, I think we talked about anything, like anybody that has anything additional to submit back into, for the report, that in terms of the, that'll be done through public comment. That would be due, I think we talked about that would be due by the 7th or by the 8th, I think, by the 8th of January. And then we'll work to incorporate all of the final, all the final stuff to be submitted on the 15th. So that is.
So I'd say like
So when do you need, because like, we're just not gonna be deciding certain things until today for some of it. So like, when would
And it's
be
hard
a
with the
date
holidays.
if people then want to, because Monday might be too ambitious if people want to give either like, hey, we didn't go far enough or we went too far or whatever. And then the 8th might be like too late if you also want to have that included with some public comment period, like.
I wonder if we could figure out, sorry, Sarah, I wonder if we could figure out like the guidelines on this after we get, because I want to personally would hope that we get through enough as we can.
Yeah.
Like this with the guidelines on how we submit it, maybe we don't need to know that this minute, is that correct?
And I just think it's important so that people can actively participate in the conversation, because if they feel like they want to give a different opinion, like when they need to do that, how they can prepare, so then they can make choices of whether they take up time talking today or just say, hey, I'll get you something by X.
I actually feel like I would love to have, like, now is the time. Like, this is the last meeting. So like, if there are thoughts that people have, or, whatever, that's why I guess I'm proposing like we actually kind of vote on these 3 areas, because like if there is, like then like I guess I think that today we need to have like the final-ish draft.
I think Shelby is raising her hand, but with the phone, so that's not really gonna work out for the hand raising.
Okay.
Form to me.
It's very, yeah. So Shelby, go ahead.
I can.
Hi, I just wanted to say that I think the way we voted with last time, I personally would prefer that, because I feel like if we all agreed on giving some suggestions or ideas on the income contribution, but not voting on it because.
Hey.
Sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So not voting on it because we weren't gonna have any agreements on it. So I just don't know that voting to let the legislation decide and hear some ideas versus giving those ideas and having voted on them, it just seems like a little extra confusing that way. So I personally would prefer the way we voted last time. Sorry to backtrack a little, but.
Frank, you had your hand up.
Chair Wood said what I was, I think I agree with what Chair Wood said. So,
Mark that down, I don't think
Yeah.
that'll be, I marked it down, I'm ready for that, Frank agreed with me.
In the minute.
Right.
Okay, so again, I mean, you say this there, but like, can you at some point tell folks who are abstaining, who are voting against it, when they need to get you those summaries? I think at this point, Monday might be, no, the 8th.
The 8th, yeah.
So that can be in the,
Yes.
okay, thanks for clarifying.
Yeah. Okay.
That's what she meant by like the 8th is when we'll compile really kind of all of the pieces. And so,
Okay.
yeah, I mean, the sooner the better, obviously, but yes,
So
by
if
the
anyone
8th.
wants to add more, that is an opportunity. Thank you for clarifying.
Process, can I ask a quick process? So process wise then, if we're not voting on the final today, and we're gonna be taking public comment, are we gonna be able to vote?
No, we are voting on the final today.
But if we're to
The public comment will be Jubilee and I will
just incorporate it.
incorporate,
Like at the end, not as like part of our voting
Yes.
on, right?
we'll just say these are the public comments that we received.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Shelby's hands up again.
Oh, go ahead, Shelby. It's so hard. It's not.
I figured
Sorry.
she's on the phone, so I'm her hand up.
Yeah, I will be there very soon, but, I just was wondering, so after today, if there are, things submitted by Monday or whenever, that someone may have like changed their mind or wanted to, I don't know, add things to why they abstained or whatever, are we all going to get that, or is that only going to, like Sarah and Jubilee?
We won't accept any new recommendations after today.
Okay. And voting, like votes that are made today won't be changed later?
Nothing will be changed later.
Okay.
So what's decided
Sorry,
today,
misunderstood.
so what's decided today will be the report.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Sorry.
Okay, no, that's okay. Good, that's a really good question.
And feel free, since we're not seeing your hand, feel free to just chime in. I know you're on your way, but that way we won't miss you. 'Cause I'm not seeing that.
Thank you.
Not how you raise me on the phone, but I'm sure there's a way.
Okay. Taking some notes for myself. All right. Anything else here in this memo? Oh, no, that's it. Okay, great. So I'm gonna actually close this. Close all those tabs out. Who knows what was there? I'm gonna close that out. Okay. So coming back here to this, it sounds like we still need to discuss appeals, income contribution, and
I was just going off of what it looked like you had reflected as already decided, but I think there's other things beyond that, if that makes sense. I didn't put.
so what are those other things that we?
Well, that's what, when you guys asked me for the recommendations in one document, that's what I did. The memo was just about
Can
what
you
we.
forward that to me is to bump it to the top of my email?
Maybe. Thank you.
Also, I guess I want to make sure that we're like being inclusive to all task force members. Frank, you submitted from HHAB recommendations that were largely this draft. Were there any differences in the recommendation? I didn't compare the two, to be perfectly honest, but I read yours and I was like, I think this is the same as the draft that we have going, but
We just had, the differences, I guess I could do that section by section, like as we're going through this,
Okay.
just know if we had.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, like if you could just like jump in with that.
The one that's come up so far would be, we had only recommendations for 2 options.
You had only the 2 options for recommendations. Yes, I did see that. Yep. Yes.
What section are we in? Sarah, are you showing the section that?
Or no.
I start to get confused.
I just bumped that for you.
Okay, thanks.
Would it make sense to go charge by charge and do recommendations as we go that haven't been voted on? I think most of aside from the income contribution where we have an extra one, I think most of HHGVs and ours at least complement each other, if nothing else.
Did I save your? think I saved your recommendations, Paul. Frank.
All right, so just so you're clear, sorry, you're just sharing your whole
Yes, I
screen.
know, I was just realizing that.
I have like such anxiety around just like.
Honestly,
Everything
everything,
pops up or something while I'm sharing my whole screen.
I have it turned off so that they won't pop up,
There you go.
because
Smart
that
woman.
has happened, but, for them, like, I mean, I.
Forever.
What? I'm public record forever.
Well, I mean, I feel like everything in my email is actually public record forever, so it doesn't really matter that much. I used to have I thought I had an HHAB. Frank, can you resend that
I
recommendation?
have it open right now.
Okay.
I mean, I have it up too, and I can just
Okay.
try it.
So, okay, do you want to share your screen?
Yeah, I'm not in the meeting, I can go into.
Oh, okay, here, let me just forward. Okay.
And we think we'll go charge by charge? Is that,
And I can take notes. Yeah.
okay,
Okay, I just found that for you,
Thank
for the HHAB ones as well.
Thank you.
um, because you guys did not want me to, I did not send this recommendations document to everyone, but if we're going through it, would it make sense for me to right now?
Yeah.
Or we can share it, but I don't think I can share a screen. I don't think that's something I can do.
You can share your screen if you're logged into the meeting.
No,
What do you mean?
I just don't think I function. Maybe I can try.
I think anybody can. share their
Yeah,
screen.
they'll give you.
Yeah.
The powers.
Bless you.
That's a podcast, not a meeting. Hope that I don't make a lot of noise.
While we're waiting on tech stuff, we had a break scheduled for 10:30. As I don't want to start something if we're gonna actually break. Is everyone okay with pushing that break until 11 and adjusting the agenda accordingly?
I might have to step out for a second if we do that.
Okay, so Frank, are you logged in? Who are we?
I'm logging in right now.
Okay.
It's me and Teams and me, not the same. Too well together. Well, I want to give Frank the opportunity to be first in line, which our recommendations just complement each other, so it's not gonna be, I think we can do any and all of them that you all want. Thank you.
So you want me to share my screen now? No, see this? Yeah.
Frank, you have them, I can't, but Frank, you have them by charge, it's okay with me.
Yeah, they're by charge.
Okay.
So what would be helpful, Sarah and Jubilee? Because we had already talked about the first section, I believe.
Do you guys want to go by charge, toggling back and forth between different people's recommendations, or do you want to go one person's full the way through and then the other
Let's,
person?
let's go by charge, and so where there are differences, we can talk about those
Okay.
differences.
Okay.
Otherwise it'll be too chaotic.
So do you want
Just charge one?
Yes.
to charge one? I think we're all on the same page, right? So we're good to go.
Well, there's, in charge one, there's also Dale and its appeals process, RIMCAP. I don't think
Sorry.
RIMCAP was in the
Section,
bid, but I don't
okay.
think it's- I can
So
avoid that.
on eligibility, I think we're good.
Yeah.
Program requirements, we just had that discussion, right? And then we're
That
gonna,
is charge 11
and also one,
and one.
but we're gonna push the contribution to the charge 11, right? So then I guess the next one is length of stay days eligible. So here are our recommendations. I guess the main one I would want to flag is we had talked about at the last meeting, trying to build a kind of baseline that's based in data around how the average length of stay, so that it's not just kind of 80 days or 90 days or whatever, but it's based on the actual facts on the ground. And so I reached out to ICA and basically asked the question, like knowing data is not perfect, what is the best way that we could possibly have like a data-driven understanding of average length of stay in Vermont in the shelter system? And so footnote 2 here is the response I got from them. And so that's what we recommend, which is looking at measure 1 from the HUD system performance measures. And so metric 1B looks at average length of stay, but also includes the approximate date homelessness started. So ICA's perspective, I shouldn't say recommendation, perspective was that if we're trying to understand the best possible data, that is the best data point we have for understanding average length of stay. So my recommendation would be that we base average length of stay, or the kind of the length of stay on the average length of stay based upon metric 1B here.
Okay.
And so whatever that is, maybe we do that annually, that is the metric that we use for average length of stay, that length of stay that folks are eligible who qualify.
And that is not during cold weather or during adverse
That
weather?
would be not during adverse weather. So winter weather, everyone, if you're eligible, there's no caps. But this would be how we set caps.
A
when it's
predictable
not
measure.
winter. Yeah. And so this would be the best data way of doing that, data-driven way of doing that. So that's what we recommend.
Do you know what the current 1B is?
It's ridiculous. It's over 400 days.
Yeah. I'm
What
not
did we pay?
surprised.
It's currently over 400 days.
Yeah.
But obviously, as we build.
Incentive to,
Yeah.
these other options.
But at least that gives us every year, you're building up an actual metric that is based
Yeah, it's a
on.
performance
Yeah,
measure for us as a
ground.
state as well.
So you would then change this language and remove the other, or maybe just some of the top ones, or do you?
This is their proposal, so. Is that what you would suggest, Lily? Like, what do you?
I don't know, I'm just unclear how they fit together. Because if you also have until homelessness is resolved.
I think that's like if you are there 4 months and you resolve your homelessness, is that, or, yeah.
But I don't know, maybe you could scroll up because I
Yeah.
can't see.
I think they're two different, to me, it seems.
Or on the main document.
Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess just unless you, like theoretically, it could be longer. I think the way it's written, unless there's somewhere else where it states maximum length of stay.
It does, yeah, I mean, that's one of them, but yeah, making it clear.
Because otherwise,
Yeah.
don't you think that like, well, you can stay until you're resolved, or you can stay, they then become,
Whichever happens first.
I think you would need. if
Just
that's
to
what you're-
clarify. Yeah, no,
I think
that's,
you would need to
yeah,
clarify that.
clarifying that, yeah.
So my concern about this would be that I know that the metric also takes into account for an average people with complex needs. But my concern about this would be that people with complex needs are not an average. So they really, there does need to be some measure built in because their length, their individual length is probably bringing it up, but also is much longer frequently. So, and sometimes can take years to resolve whatever it is. And a lot of times it's systemic barriers. So I'm not anything they can control. So I think that there's needs to be, and maybe if when we start talking about reasonable accommodation in another part of this section, that would be addressed. But I think that we just have to make sure either in this language or later in the document to address that that's a reality.
I actually am not sure I fully agree with that because I think that there are a lot more resources for people who have disabilities in terms of rental assistance vouchers. So I think that typically the hardest population for us to house is folks who have substance use disorder and who don't have like a documented like disability that would qualify them for like federal rental assistance.
Right, it wouldn't qualify them for federal rental assistance, but many people with disabilities, unfortunately, even though it's not legal, are exited or evicted from their homes, and then that eviction counts against them in getting that federal assistance, and we have to work to overturn it, and they don't always know they can overturn it. Also with mental illness, same thing. So there are complex needs that have incredible barriers, and I would include substance use disorder in a complex need category, that they're a really hard group to get housed. They are considered a disability on the, so I would not, that it doesn't.
Well, it's not considered a disability for housing resources.
No, but I'm saying when we're talking about this program or what we're trying to create as a program, or we're asking the legislature to create as a program, and we see this every day. You know, our clients cannot get housed because of their disability, because they are in a wheelchair, because they need, in order to do that, we first have to have care. We first have to have, and we have to be in a district where that care is coming readily, and we have to. So there's a lot of things that they have a lot of hurdles to get over. So while there are some supports like moving up the Section 8 list, there's a whole group of people with those needs who don't actually qualify for Section 8 because of other things that have happened throughout. And sometimes we can get through that barrier, but sometimes we can't. And so they have no access to subsidy and they can't work. So they can't, you know, they're limited by what they have then.
Yeah, I mean, I think that anybody that's removed from a federal, you know, subsidy program is going to face challenges getting back into the program. So I think that's true. That piece is true.
Right. So and there's other recommendations in here too that I think address some of those things as well. But I just think creating that reality, because otherwise what happens is somebody, I have a client right now who's it's taken 3 years to resolve his homelessness, and it's all because he has a disability. He used to be a security officer at the State House, but he has a disability that prevents him from where he can be in community-based placement, but a lot had to be in place. And we worked really hard to get that in place, but it definitely is going to take longer than the average. So to do that for him. So I just think there has to be recognition, like was asked in the public comments, and that that disability has to, those things have to be named in our recommendations is my personal opinion. I don't know if you work with that group or your groups work with that group.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense to me. I don't know if we're talking about trying to say something about like outliers or like having, like, that's what I'm wondering.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, in my head, that gets kind of when we get to that notice, because really what happens is the way you, in a legal framework, how you have your rules, and then being a person with a disability, then they can ask for that reasonable accommodation. So in my head, that goes under this next subtopic, because like those are the eligibility rules. And then because they are disabled, then we get into that making a modification or accommodation. So I see that as falling under the notice application and appeals section.
I don't know though that the length of time is an accommodation, right? I mean, because I think
it can, I mean,
I
it is
think
for applications and having more time to do paperwork.
Yeah.
Length of time is frequently a consideration under.
But I think that is the benefit. Like in this situation, the hotel room is the benefit. So that is, I mean, I just think it's an interesting, like, you know, Frank's proposing 400 days. I mean, I think it's like, I think again, from an administrative perspective, it's harder when you're then building a program counting on exceptions as opposed to like, what do you want to see? And then having it be that for folks across the board. I mean, I think as Sarah was saying, that like, there's a lot of dynamics that can make this really tricky for different populations when you think of things like unit size, where you are in the state, you know, like, and so do you want to build something and then rely on exceptions? Or if you don't want a length of stay, then maybe just say you don't want a length of stay. Like it just, I think that's something like to consider. I think again, how much can you just build in what you actually want to see happen as opposed to like a one-off exception for one set of population that may not, you know, when again, I think there's just so many factors here, so it becomes really hard.
I have concerns about naming specific subpopulations for exactly the reason that we're kind of like bumping into challenge around the prioritization policy. So I think that, you know, I guess there's that piece, but I think for me, to your point, Lily, like if like folks don't agree with the length of stay, then just say that and that's okay. You know, so I feel like what we have is like people who agree with the length of stay, people who are trying to align length of stay with data, and folks who don't agree with the length of stay at all. Like that's what I guess that's what I'm hearing, and I think it's okay to say that. Like I guess that's what I would say.
I don't think that that's an accurate depiction of what I think that there can be no policy that doesn't allow for reasonable accommodations, and right now there is. And that's what we heard from and George in the beginning. That is really what we're seeing. And we've seen people, it's just factual. We've seen people lose their lives because that is not possible right now. And I think it was always possible. And I think the Human Rights Commission has said it was possible. And so I think that reasonable accommodations are not exceptions. Reasonable accommodations are reasonable accommodations, and they can be used for any policy for if it is deemed reasonable that the person needs it. And so in the history of the program, reasonable accommodations have been used, but called exceptions for people with these situations. In the last 3 or 4 months, they have not been. And we have seen the result of that. And so I think it's important to have that named in the policy because because we don't want to end up in this situation again. And there were people who I think we should include this as an option and until homelessness is resolved as an option, because I think that I don't know but I'm assuming there's many members of this group that would think that was also an okay option. But I do, either way, I think reasonable accommodations are used for periods of ineligibility, which I hope we eliminate, but they are sometimes used if it really will cause a loss of life. So I think that there is a need for reasonable accommodation to be used. So I want to be really clear that that's different than an exception, and that doesn't mean that you wouldn't support an alternative to until homelessness is resolved, because that's a pretty hard line that may not be able to be met. So I think we want to have both alternatives in here.
What do you mean that's a hard line, homelessness being?
Well, I'm not thinking about the way I think or the way some people around this table think, but I think that it's a hard line in the legislature to say that that it's just until homelessness is resolved. And so I think having a data option is really important. And I agree with you, Jubilee, that it belongs below. I guess I'm just saying that that's something that for me is really critical, that we make sure we address the reasonable accommodation piece.
That you couldn't vote on that unless you knew.
Yeah, that needs to be there. I mean, especially after what we just experienced last week with this, and very clear finding that was not being followed.
Mhm. I mean, I guess I just have, I'm a like very firm believer in, you know, obviously reasonable accommodation. I worked for public housing authority for over a decade and, you know, was instrumental in writing our reasonable accommodation policy and making sure it was up to date, and was the 504 coordinator for the organization. So like I did, like on a personal level, I completely understand that and understand the need for reasonable accommodation. So I would never argue against the need for reasonable accommodation. I think one of the challenges that I have is that like families with children should not be unsheltered and may not have a reasonable accommodation. And so like, I think if we're doing a particular carve out, that feels challenging to me. And like, I don't have a solution, and I'm not really looking for like, you know, like I think that calling out a particular subpopulation tends to pit subpopulations against each other, which we never want to do, like as a community. So I guess that's my challenge with that specifically.
So do we want to potentially vote on the recommendations that we have here?
Yeah, so the other, what we put in the day limit recommendation, do we want to just know what they are so that when we're voting, we might be able to put them together?
Yeah. Could you go over what you have for this?
I have that until homelessness is resolved. And then I have, that goes on. And then I have this proposed before, which could go in, I think I said to you guys, it could go in charge 11 instead. The 6 months, instead of having a day that people are, a day limit, we have more of a program where if somebody isn't resolving at 6 months, then there is an additional review process with their care team and maybe to figure out what else they need to become resolved, not as for a point of exiting them or to see if they're doing what they're supposed to, but rather to see what we as care providers are missing, and what we could do, what we could add, knowing that so for some people there's nothing we can add and we're just got to keep plugging, but having that there. So that was, we had included that as also a way to sort of say, we do want it to be until it's resolved, but we recognize that there's a problem. And so we're instead recommending a more of a programmatic approach that would continue, that would ensure accountability on providers and the state, not just on individuals.
I think we have, I mean, I know in Chittenden County, that's part of our case conferencing with coordinated entry. So, I mean, I feel like that happens weekly, so.
For the group, but not for individual. So oftentimes an individual might get a little bit left behind in that process, or this would allow us to say, this is someone under our care, like they're in our team. We have a team for this client or this individual or this household, and we're not getting anywhere. We're not moving forward. What have we done? And what do we need to do specifically that person and just their care team, which is rather than a group approach of just going through. And not every district does have that. And I don't always love that approach because that puts a lot of people in. I think it's really good to be really client-centered, so it's not, it is going to be really individually.
I mean, I think that there are certain pieces that could be required by, folks who are receiving state funding to like engage in local case
coordination or case consultation. Like we have I think that there's like what happens in a particular region might not necessarily happen system-wide, but I think that I think that making a suggestion that, or recommendation that, HOP funded organizations that are providing, providing care will have a local case conferencing circle to, be able to sort of problem solve those cases. Do you feel like that is, what do you think about that, Lily?
I think for some people it's incredibly helpful. I think unfortunately, in Vermont, the reality is we just don't have the units. And so there's a majority of people in homelessness who don't need case management. They don't need, let alone like a care conference, they just really need a unit. And I think, so I think that just becomes the challenge is like, I think there's evidence against kind of overburdening people with systematic requirements who don't need them. And then I think causing like, frustration and angst when it's like,
I think not everybody would be discussed at a case conference circle, but it would be that the group would like prioritize. Like, I have a lot of experience like administering or facilitating case conferencing. And it's like, people would say like, I got to bring, like, I don't know what to do with this person, like where you have like 30 people on your caseload and like 3 of them are just like, oh my God, I have no answers for you at all. And then 10 of them are like, we're just waiting for a unit. I wouldn't bring those 10 up at a, case conference, but I'm wondering if there's a way to ensure that that case conferencing is happening at a local level at the direction of the case, the case manager, whoever's in charge of the caseload, to bring together expertise to be able to problem solve on cases that you don't feel like you're making progress.
Yeah, and the agency is working on, and folks may be familiar with, a new team-based care approach that the Secretary's office is rolling out, right? And that is going to be some statewide expectations. And there are, we're identifying some questions that can be flagged from the coordinated entry assessment and kind of say, hey, these might be folks that you could utilize a team-based care conference for. So that is kind of happening and underway. And right, I think it becomes then tricky of like, does that then make sense to even be in this? Because, as like legislation or a rule, to access the benefit, because then again, it's like who, I think you just start to then kind of get steps within the benefit of like, well, why does Sarah have to go to team-based conference to get more time and I don't, or why can't
I don't think it's linked to time. I don't feel like it's linked to time. I feel like it's linked to like a practice.
And also we see people who, what Sarah was talking about, who aren't necessarily but who feel like nobody is paying attention. And so that is also, sometimes I think that care is needed where we think it isn't. And so part of this would be to kind of force us as, again, care team to talk about those ones that we normally don't bring up as well, because sometimes we've been able to find solutions when we finally have done that, even in situations that seem like they're not complex, they just needed a unit. And then we're like, oh, wait, we found a solution for this. And so that is, I think, so that would be, I don't know, Jubilee, how to say.
Well, I've been trying to chime in. I think actually a lot of this falls actually under 12, which is strategies to reduce reliance on hotels and motels for emergency housing. And what that really comes down to is building up our supportive services, right? At least in the short term, because we don't have any other options. So yes, we need to create more shelter options so we can reduce our reliance, but right now we need that strong supportive services to get folks moved on in other ways. And so, so I do think it's important to talk about, all of my conversations are really talking about how our service providers are completely strapped and really struggling. There's so much need and there's staff turnover. And so I do, you know, just the thought of like everyone at 6 months having to have this would be an absolute nightmare. And we would lose more service providers because that would just be more added on their plates. But I'm really, you know, happy to hear you talk about a bit more about that. I'd heard, and I'm excited for that. I also, what you said, it made me think like, yes, we need our service providers kind of identifying those people, but there should also be a mechanism for someone to be able to say, hey, I want one of those case conferences. And so I think.
So maybe the way to adjust that might be to say that instead of saying that, well, I mean, in some ways I want there to be like an expectation of it, not for the individual, but for the providers, based on some experiences we've had. But there's another idea, which could be that if somebody flags that they want it, it has to happen in a certain period of time.
Yeah, I mean, I think
that would be, yeah.
I didn't mean to.
No.
Could we
I understand.
just say something like the above criteria exists, unless the individual waives, and we have like that waiver language in here as like an additional bullet.
What did you say, Frank?
Or you could waive that care conference or something.
So no, the length of stay, days eligible, these are the requirements. These are the requirements unless waived by X. And so we just added what Brenda just suggested. So this
I
is
don't
the
agree with the
baseline.
6 month thing
I'm
because,
sorry?
yeah, I don't agree with the 6
Okay.
month thing. Because we also have at times in Chittenden County, a 6 month wait for somebody to be connected to case management. And I don't think that it's like until we've invested like adequately into our social service system to expand our capacity. I think that adding like that requirement is like, it wouldn't, like, it's not gonna, it's just not realistic.
I mean, and functionally too, the system is so
Yeah.
depleted in terms of units right now that this length of stay measure
Yeah.
functionally creates
Yeah.
long-term capacity for folks to stay. But as we fix the system, which are all the things Brenda talked about, like as we fix the number of units available, the kind of support services available, that, I mean, this will just naturally fix itself as long as we have that baseline metric.
Right. So if we can put that into 12 and then rediscuss it, I'm fine with that part of it. With the rest of how we get out of this situation we're in. That would be fine with me. I only just want to make sure when talking about, there might be to say until homelessness is resolved or using this metric. I don't know if people would be amenable to that, but that would be something that
And basically just say, then the suggestion is like until homelessness is resolved.
or using, but we're making a recommendation for both. For the legislature can look at there, or we also came up with, or there's also this, because I do, so if they're gonna do something, then I support.
I
So you know what I'm saying, so I think, but I fundamentally believe it should be until homelessness is resolved. So I think that it would be good to register that in the recommendation. Is that something, I don't know if that's something HHAB.
Well, I don't know.
Also, you're.
Fix that. I mean, if we're gonna be voting today.
Yeah.
I mean, my recommendation would be that I feel like this is the best way we can set it up. That is based on available data. Functionally, this creates protection for folks in the near term because the system doesn't have the resources it needs. As the system gets the resources, homelessness will resolve faster because we'll have more units. So like it just fixes itself, I think.
Yeah.
If we just base it on data. And I guess from my perspective, the biggest concern is that we actually go into this legislative session with a recommendation that is based in actual data. Yeah.
So my only concern is that in voting for that without the other one as part of it would be not to be naming that there have to be room for reasonable accommodations.
There's a lot of people who have not chimed in.
Right. Yes, I was just checking. Anyone online?
Boy, this is good.
Yours is good, he said.
With what, Chris?
He's good with whatever.
Because
Nothing,
Brenda, we had a reasonable, I apologize.
cool. Nothing to add, just taking it all in. Thank you.
Because we had the reasonable accommodations in a different section. so-
Yeah, we do.
My
we do.
recommendation is that we vote, I propose that we vote on this section with the kind of footnote as the metric that we use. And then we tackle the reasonable accommodations when we get to that section.
My concern is that there's been a lot of pushback every time I talk about a reasonable accommodation or disability. And so I feel anxious, but to be honest with you, saying, yeah, I probably would say yes to this if that was there. But I would feel concerned saying Brenda agrees without having that there, because I think that for BCIL and for our clients, that would not be true. So that's the only, that's my only concern about it. I otherwise would vote for this.
So we have a proposal from Frank that is, Frank, can you read me the language? I'm just gonna put it in the draft here.
Sure. Qualifying households will be eligible for GA, EHP, motel stay until homelessness is resolved. Household has refused adequate, affordable, and supportive housing. Household has refused to engage in coordinated entry and or adequate housing case management. Households have used their maximum length of stay as defined by footnote 2, which is measurement 1B, or households become ineligible based on the above criteria.
And then one option was to, Lily pointed out, is possibly, are you okay with that language hearing it? Or
Well, I think that.
like clarifying that, like, until one of these things happens?
Well, it's just, I mean, I think it's more for the group to have clarity and then clarity for anyone to, so that last bullet, household becomes ineligible based on above criteria, refers to like the one.
I actually, when I had put that in there, it was based on. Yes, it could have been for the initial eligibility criteria. Like they were, I don't know, no longer disabled. I don't know, like that they aged out of.
Then they wouldn't be eligible.
People have clarity, like, so say the data-driven date is 400 days. If someone has not resolved their situation at 400 days, does the maximum trump?
Yes, because it's an or, so it'd be any of those.
Any of those?
I'm
Yeah.
confused.
Okay, so I just think that needs to be, so you're saying, I just think that needs to be more clear.
Yeah, because I think it's the or that, so any of these, one would trigger the ineligibility. So.
So maybe say until any one of these things happen at the time, I don't know.
Yeah,
Unless other people feel like it's clear.
One thing is that we had already voted on not the refused part, to include, to instead review for the Olmsted decision. So the bottom part that uses the metric, I agree with. I won't be voting on that because we've already voted on instead having the Olmsted decision reviewed.
Even for the second one.
For the bullets, it has refused adequate, affordable, supportive housing, or has refused. We just talked about this a couple minutes ago. This is a really.
But we asked for additional recommendations and we have one.
Right. Okay. I mean, I will.
Supposed to be added to this, so.
Right, I'm saying that I'll definitely be voting no on that because it's the same exact thing, which if we're saying and they need to review the Olmsted, for the Olmsted decision, we do need to, and people have been denied access to shelter when they're offered something that is either not adequate or isn't community-based care, community-based living when they are legally allowed that. And so I don't think people should have to go through fair hearings for that. So I do think that there's.
I don't think we're proposing to remove that. I'm not proposing to remove that. So in the draft, Frank, can I share for just 1 minute?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, sorry.
I don't know. I think if those two bullets are in there, then
Can I make a link back to what we already discussed? Like, because we just looked.
Yeah, no, we're not, so I guess here's the thing, so here's what I have here. I don't think that anybody's proposing to remove that. I think we just added this at the bottom.
but I thought we removed the has refused and has refused, like that's what we voted.
That's fine, that's fine. Well,
I don't think that this has refused this, right?
I guess, so yeah, I mean, yeah.
So this is, Frank aligns with the HHAV recommendation. What we have here, is that correct? And you have, with the footnote, I put the footnote here and we'll add that in.
Yeah, that works for me. So I guess I recommend this.
Instead.
okay.
Sorry. Thanks for that.
Yeah.
Do other folks feel prepared to sort of do a straw poll vote on that? Oh wait, Miranda, you have your hand up. Thank you. I just am barely seeing this now. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I just put it up there.
Yeah.
Oh. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to ask too, right, logistics are a thing here in ESD. This 400 or whatever amount of days, like when would that start and stop? You know, I think those are like, do you get 400 days, you've been successfully housed, and then you have no payment of rent, whatever, you come out and you get another 400 days, or, I mean, it is, there's an assumption that people come into GA and they just stay into GA, but that is a myth. We have some people who come in for 2 days and they disappear and we don't see them again. We have others who come for a couple of weeks, and then others who would stay with us longer term, as we have seen through some different programs that we've run. But I think that's important, especially because you're talking about like this number would change potentially year to year, and 400 days gets us beyond the year's period. So I think those are just other logistics that, as I look at this, being like, how would we administer it?
Mm-hmm. I think that's a good point. What do you suggest, Miranda?
I don't know, having just seen this now, I mean, I guess if you're saying that it's something that has to change year to year, I don't know how you could ever do more than a year's time. But then I guess too, I don't know what is the things happen. Say, I used an example of someone doesn't pay rent, but what if someone's apartment burnt? You know, like those are two very different things. So I'm happy to think on, you know, that, but in this moment, I don't have like the answer, just having seen this today.
Yeah, I guess from my perspective, I think what we're asking to do here is come up with recommendations. And so we have a length of stay right now, it's 80 days. It's, if you actually look at objective data, that is not sufficient to house people based on any metric. And so we're recommending a process for the legislature to develop that annual number. And so I guess that's all we're doing here. And so it happens to be more than 365 days right now because our system doesn't have the inputs that it needs, but that's not relevant, I guess, from my perspective. We're saying that there should be an annual, if there's going to be a length of stay, it has to be based on objective metrics. And this is the best way of setting out an objective metric period.
Yeah. So would it be within a 12-month period? Like, so you would keep the 12-month period
I think
as there is right now with the 80, but it could be. So it's really, you're saying 365.
365,
use
yeah.
every 12 months.
If that length is still relevant, yeah. So, but hopefully we'll get to a point where the average length of stay is 28 days.
Yeah, I think that's good, because then it actually aligns with like housing production and like exits to homelessness. So, yeah, I mean,
It gives us as a state, as an
as well, it's like,
incentive. And we can measure how we're doing year over year.
Yeah. So you want to just add to the footnote, like within a 12-month period. Therefore, if it's above 365, it's functionally 365.
Should we be voting on the cold weather at the same time or separately? That's a separate charge.
I think that's separate.
Okay,
Separate,
okay,
yes.
okay, yeah, all right.
Okay, so, anyone else online have thoughts or questions before we go into a vote on this?
I mean, I think we've raised this before and I don't think there's much interest in talking about it, but I mean, I do just think, and I know we haven't gotten to some of the other sections, you know, all of this just does mean that there are people that cannot get into the program. And so then again, you know, like what are the other pieces of the puzzle?
Well,
I mean, so,
yeah.
I think just again, I know people don't really want to talk about that, but because that's what we saw.
I think, sorry, Lily.
I don't know, just, I feel like compelled to share that. So, and again, I don't, you know, there are pros and cons to that, obviously, for each individual person who then finds themselves on which side of that situation. But again, and maybe it's in other parts of the capacity piece.
I agree with you, and I think that we, as a task force, are spending, I mean, obviously 100% of our time on this program, right? But like, this is not the program to like hang our hat on as the solution, because there are 300 people outside of Burlington that couldn't, for a plethora of reasons, secure shelter within the motels ever, or are never ever eligible again, or it's not a good option to them, you know, for them anyway. And so to your point, like this is a piece of this that works for a piece of the population, but there have to be other answers for other people.
And I think that there are recommendations in charge 12 and 11 that do talk about other systems. So I don't think that we can't not do what we should do because we don't have enough capacity to do all the things we should do. We have to at least try. We have to start somewhere. Yeah.
Other thoughts before we go into a vote? Hi, Shelby.
Hi, sorry.
Okay. Okay, so I guess, we're gonna do, Monica, I will do the roll. Yeah, try to pull up on my screen here so that I make sure that I get everybody. So gonna just do members. Little cheat sheet here, yeah. Whoops. This time.
I do that all session long too.
I have it right here. You want me to just call it?
Yeah, can you just call it?
Yeah.
Now I'm totally lost. And I was like,
I know, I have too many things.
So go ahead.
One question, can our minutes reflect having had the experience of watching the task force, can our minutes just reflect the language of whatever we vote on? Even though I'm not saying like the whole report, but just whatever we're voting on, that there's language, can the minutes reflect that?
Yeah, Monica, so Monica, the piece that is highlighted right here will be reflected.
Could you copy and maybe put that in the chat? There.
Maybe. Oh, sure. Oh, sure. Hang on. How do I figure back to my, how do I make it do this? Hang on, well, I just had it. Sorry, guys. No worries.
I can use my other monitor.
I need
and,
so
like-
many other things right now. Okay. So I put in the chat for Monica, for you, and for other folks, and for folks who are online, the vote language here. So Frank is going to call the roll.
Miranda,
I abstain.
Lily,
Abstain.
Elizabeth,
The vote yes.
Molly,
Yes.
Brenda,
Yes.
me, yes. Amy,
Yes.
Jubilee,
Yes.
Sarah,
Yes.
John Gilpin. We don't have anyone from ACCP, right? VHTV.
VHTV abstains.
Shelby
Yes.
and Chris.
No.
That's it, list.
Okay, so the language carries. All right, I'm going to suggest that we stop and break for early lunch and come back.
I don't think so, I just realized.
And
When you're about to die and this is.
Maybe that church will already, so it's 11 now. Do we want to break until 12:15? Okay, all right, we will break until 12:15. Folks online, if you could leave the meeting and then rejoin at 12:15, it helps for Monica to break up the recording so it's not so long. So we will see everybody back at 12:15.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Meanwhile, I'm having a meeting. Oh, it's time, yeah.
So that.
Yeah, I mean, it might be that it didn't get, I missed it. I mean, if you have it.
Yeah, because we had
Well, that's what, it's based on the HNIS data, so it would be 400 days.
They're separate sheets.
Yeah, I mean, if you.
Right now, we're at 400 days.
Like, I feel like it's just-
Yeah, the last- It's mostly because I really think they're raising foundations.
It was like through a portal.
Like, your experiences are pretty.
Right.
So, yeah.
No, I'm talking about like a narrative report of the grant.
When we get.
Oh, I didn't, so I did the other report.
The
online.
subrecipient annual, yeah,
I didn't
yeah,
realize it was a separate report, sorry.
yeah. No, so
It's pretty bad.
in,
I will get the, so she just said.
narrative.
Okay, I'll go through our notes then.
Are you still logged in?
Oh, I don't think so. Hold on.
Oh, that's you. Okay.
Yeah, so.
I log in.
We haven't gotten any.
Sorry.
Okay.
That is.
Yeah, I think that's what Martin.
No, the one is.
That's her. She's.
Oh,
Yes, the work plan of trying to take it out of like.
They're so weird.
So this, like, we,
So weird.
I'm hesitant to end
Maybe
this, but like.
You can end it.
Yeah.
For some reason, it shows Shelby still logged in on her phone, but she's not. Vic, you can leave?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Sort of you. Anyone join?
No, I'm not. It's me.
Okay, is testing.
Table.
I mean, it wouldn't be a big meeting without some kind of.
Yeah, it would not.
Right. Okay, so should I mute us until, if we're still getting, we're gonna go on mute for a few more minutes, folks on the phone while people gather.
and it's very. Can everyone hear us online?
Yep.
All right. We are gonna go ahead and get started. And I hope everybody had a nice lunch. Nice break. We will adjust one other break this afternoon before we end. Starting off after lunch here, we are going to move into some recommendations that have been submitted by the HCB. And Elise is going to share her screen, and this is for the last couple directives around removing any kind of regulatory relief related to development of affordable housing. So Elise, why don't you share away here?
Is that a good size for everybody, or would it be helpful to zoom in at all?
Zoom in a little more.
Let's go to at least 100%.
Can you do more than that, actually? That's, I think that's a little better. Does that work for everyone? Do you have it in your email too?
Yeah, so just, oh, you know what, Brenda, I also printed copies.
Oh, that would be much better for me.
And for anybody in the room. And then it was also emailed out by Jenny Hislop with BHCB on December 11th, if you want to follow along with the language in your email. But so for this charge, number 10, the identification of state rules and local regulations and ordinances impeding timely development of affordable housing units. These recommendations are coming from BHCB in coordination with DHCD and Lilly at OEO. And they are really sort of highlighting recommendations that are being brought forward by a committee that's happening at the same time as this one around Act 181 study committee. And so that's doing work around regulatory reform and on issues of creating new units across the state. And so we really want to lift up some key areas that group is working on, and they're engaging, hundreds of stakeholders across the state around these issues. And as committees sort of speak with one voice around what we see as next steps in terms of addressing these barriers. So these fall into a couple of key buckets. So in addition to sort of calling out that committee and their work as part of the recommended draft language, one of the highlighted key priorities is around access to capital. So this is what we see as the single most important thing that can be done to ensure that units are able to be brought online in a timely manner. Without confidence in the availability of funds to develop these projects, it is impossible for developers to advance these projects. So money, access to capital. The next couple of recommendations are around speeding up and streamlining the appeals process for affordable housing units. You all may have heard about a project in Putney that VHCB funded 4 years ago that even in a designated development area was caught up in 4 years of appeals. That's 25 units of critically needed affordable housing in Windham County. And now that that project is able to progress, there's likely to be an increase in the cost and also, just a delay in those units being available. And so these recommendations around the appeals process are really around avoiding that outcome. And they're also around targeting public input at the start of a project and around local zoning so that NIMBY sort of appeals that are coming in after the fact or during development, we can sort of get around those.
Some other issues that cause project delays that are included include the corrective action plan. And so the corrective action plan is essentially a process that ensures a site is clean and safe to build on without causing adverse health effects. This is obviously critically important for development. We want to be developing in areas that are safe to ensure safe and clean housing. However, this also causes delays as this process can take 12 to 18 months to get through. And so we would be proposing a cap on the time frame of the corrective action plan to be 6 months or less. And finally, I think that this gets into maybe charge 11 and 12 a little bit as well. That is a change to zoning for hotel motel conversions. So in recent years, there have been a number of hotels or motels that have been converted to supportive housing by our affordable housing nonprofit development partners. And it can be really difficult, if not impossible, under that zoning to make them a shelter, permanent supportive housing without the requirement to be operated as a hotel. And so if we were to get rid of that issue, that would help bring more just shelter beds online and permanent supportive housing units. So those are, again, just some highlighted recommendations. We at the HCB, in coordination with DHCD, have been leading the Act 181 committee. So feel really confident that they're going to be digging into these issues in a really in-depth and wholesome way. And so these are just some low-hanging fruit items that we want to include in the meantime.
Okay, a question?
Yeah.
On the appeals and streamlining the appeals, have you all talked about like putting a max cap of like 6 months on that piece?
So I'm not sure exactly what the detail, do you sit in on Act 181? Yeah, so I was kind of hoping that DHCD would be here to shine some light on more specifics of what's happening in that committee. So I don't know, but I can ask. There is the 6 month, I know around the corrective action plan, there was the 6 month number. Yeah.
We have some more detail just in like a legislative that included a lot of the things they're considering and asked us in our perspective to kind of rate our own priorities so they could get a sense of that. So there was a few that got on that. Still allowed it, but like you said, it kind of moved it to the beginning and shortened the time. I can't remember what the actual time.
Yeah, last session we talked about, like, or at least our position is supporting like a 6 month cap.
Yeah,
We didn't make a
yeah.
decision on if it should be administrative or judicial. but-
It was either 3 or 6 months, so it was at least that it might have even been, so.
Yeah.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I just followed up on that with Jenny to see if there's any more details that she has.
I support all of the recommendations. Since I don't know anything about what's happening in Act 181, I'm uncomfortable supporting. I recognize the work, and of course they're going to look at the work, but it feels awkward when I don't know what's going on at all to be saying that's where we should lean. If I knew the full depth of the work, I think I would feel more comfortable with that one piece, but the rest of everything that's been highlighted, I 100%.
Yeah, and I think that's why they just picked these. It's
Yeah.
like, maybe we can change,
Yeah.
a report, not necessarily saying we support the whole report, which again, we haven't, but highlight these as.
Yeah.
And I think to that point, Brenda, which I totally understand, I think that what the intent is with this draft language is just sort of to say like, this is also happening.
Okay.
And it's not to like endorse what's happening, but just to say like, we're aware that this is happening in concert with our committee.
Yeah.
And like,
they would be the ones to turn to.
Framing
for-
it, yeah, like,
Yeah.
like, because one of the things we'll write about is how, you know, we were limited by like a lot of charges and not enough time to address them all adequately. And this is one where, you know, a lot of us, it isn't our wheelhouse. So I think, I really like that, like mentioning that this is, their recommendations are going to be a lot better than anything we could have come up with.
Right, especially because we were limited time. Yeah, no, I
We
totally.
can like definitely change the draft.
Because there's nothing in those, in what you highlighted that I'm like, nah.
No, let's keep the appeals process.
Limit what we do and just be in this spin cycle for the rest of our lives.
Yeah.
Elise, I have a question about the last bullet point here. So that any building that has been zoned for use as a hotel or motel be automatically allowed to be converted for use as a shelter. Two things about that. First, you said a shelter or permanent supportive housing, and this does not say that. Second, that's not a criticism. I didn't mean it to come out like that.
You're right, yeah.
So like I wanted to ask more about that. And then the other thing about that particular bullet point is that in some places, I again can speak to Chittenden County, there have been motels that have been for sale. But so if it's zoned for a motel, it can have like 100 rooms. But the minute that it gets zoned for permanent housing, it's only like you can, or for affordable housing, you can only have like 8 units. So it doesn't make it, so I know I've brought this up a couple times with like HHAB and, you know, in other places is that it's fine and good to say this, but what like control do you have over, and like what jurisdiction do you have? I mean, those are local decisions of local municipalities. So I guess on that last bullet point, not that I don't disagree with it. I would love for it to actually say shelter too. But I think like that's a challenge. And then also when they get converted to shelter, you then become do you become somewhat limited on the number of like folks that you can serve there, you know, that you can serve on that location. Like it changes some things about I guess, how many people you can have on site if it gets changed from zoned as a motel to shelter, and even further, you know, if it's permanent housing.
Yeah, yep. Okay. Do you know, I mean, do you have any insight onto that in terms of like?
Well, and I think this just makes it allowed. It doesn't mean they necessarily have to do that. It's giving options, because there has been times where based on funding, that's what it makes sense to do, is to be permanent supportive housing or be shelter. And so this allows that to happen automatically without this slow appeals process and city councils and meetings that, you know, those kinds of things. So it's just, if that, the people involved with the project believe that's like the best way to zone it, you know, for it to be used as a shelter, it gives them that option. So like even in, I guess, because we're going through this in Burlington right now.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
that's why I'm like,
I want to talk it through with that in mind. 'Cause
Yes,
I think
that's
this is
my
a really a moment that we can learn from statewide. So yeah.
So for example, the Champlain Inn, Champlain Place or whatever.
The CHT project.
Well, it's, yes, CVOEO operates it. That operates obviously as a homeless shelter, but it's actually still zoned as a motel.
Right.
And the reason that it's zoned as a motel is because you can't have the same number of people at the location if it were to be zoned as a shelter. So my question is, like, I understand what you're saying here, but like and that's not at risk of, you know, not being a shelter. You know?
Yep.
But like, if you had a motel that you wanted to convert to shelter, like, how will this, it will reduce the number of people who could, do you see what I'm saying? Like, how do you, will you have any kind of like if the city said, like, so if they said at CHT or whatever, you know, we're going to stop operating this as a motel and we're going to actually call it a shelter.
Yep.
If they said that, I believe that our like planning commission and, you know, it would, and, you know, our ordinance committee and all of that would say, okay, that's fine, you can convert to shelter, but you can only have 20 people on site or something.
So
Like, will this
so-
impact that?
Right, so like that's like part of the issue, I think that this is getting at, is when it goes to convert to a shelter project, it opens this appeal process back up and allows for restrictions like you're talking about. So what this is getting at is like any building that is zoned as a hotel motel can automatically be a shelter.
So if it's
I think
like
without having to go
50 room
through-
hotel,
without
it
having
can
to go
also
through the
automatically be
appeals
a
and the
50 room shelter.
Yeah.
So the legislature has the authority to create zoning regulations for the whole state as well. There's right now, most zoning is under local control, but the legislature actually can create zoning rules. And so this would be the way I understand it is this recommendation would be for the legislature to create this zoning rule so that municipalities could not say, no, you can't have a shelter. It can't be, it will supersede it. Yeah.
So that was my original question. I do also have that secondary question around the unit, around like affordable housing units, because if this is, you know, meant to be that you can transition motels into permanent supportive housing, that you can't have the same number of permanent supportive housing units. And I would like to see also, I guess I would recommend that somehow that permanent supportive housing
Is included in that.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
You had your, I'm sure you have something to say.
That was exactly my point, is are we gonna be making a recommendation, like supporting this, and then if so, I support what you just said, but
I'm
putting that
gonna
in.
make a recommendation around this. What if that we support this and add, like, we can add a sentence that we, support as submitted, making sure converted for use as shelter and permanent supportive housing, without reducing the units, like the number of units allowed.
Can I make a change to that? Or, so a couple of options. One, I think, again, it is too bad that Jenny and Sean aren't here. So I don't want to jump over them being like, oh no, here's the reason why that
Totally.
happened.
Yeah.
For some reason. So like, I'm just hesitant about that. So I think
pending and then.
Right, well, so I wonder if we maybe look at this as is, kind of say yes or no, and then I think there's maybe two ways forward of like, one, maybe sending language to Jenny and Sean and saying, could this be added, yes or no? Or I wonder if then there's a section where it's like, the group would like the committee to consider these questions. And so that it's not a recommendation, but that we're just saying, hey, we also agree with X. And we would like, for this to be considered if it hasn't already. Because again, knowing the time scope, I just don't want to inadvertently throw a wrench in if they're like, oh no, that triggers blah, 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 blah. And that's why, and like, I don't want to then.
Yeah, despite our best intentions.
Right.
No, I really like that.
That would be my hesitation too, because also like texting in real time is not. It's not yielding the results that I.
Honestly, Lisa, I mean, just like transparently, which is why when I responded to your email, I copied Sean on there and was like, can you please come to, to be able to speak to this? So I think that, it's been I will, say this transparent, like it's been a challenge to not have representation from DH.
My God, oh gosh, sorry.
Oh, okay.
That was by accident. I said that out loud.
So I mean, I think it would just have it's prohibit us from being able to like have meaningful conversation around this, I guess, so. It's a bummer.
What, so you look like you're working.
I was starting to suggest in my brain to suggest language. So under this bullet point, I had started to this.
Share your screen, I think, you're sharing. Also.
Oh, yeah, you're sharing.
I'm
gonna stop
excited
sharing
first
now.
because I was like looking.
I also was
why
like
is
gonna
this
start
up there?
taking notes and I'm realizing I'm like.
Okay. So here's what I have to start off with. To this point, the task force recommends the Act 181 committee. Frank, go. You're good at this. Take what's in my brain and make it sound smart.
I wonder if there, instead of this being like a sub bullet, this is maybe like underneath the whole, or like reframing it where we're like, this is the language. And then in addition, the GA committee would like the Act 181 committee to consider the following questions.
Can we say Act 181 committee and legislature to consider the following?
Yeah, I like that, yeah.
Yeah, and then I think people could add.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So maximizing the capacity of hotel conversions to permanent housing. Like any limitations that inhibit that maximizing.
Right.
Maximizing, or are we saying?
Limit.
Equalizing was the word I
Yeah,
used.
any limitations that limit the ability to maximize.
That's happening in the.
Limiting the limitations. No, that's not it.
Just maximize the capacity to effectively match the current, like.
Maximize the capacity
the current
units are lost.
And yeah, maximize the capacity to ensure that no units are lost or to match the current capacity.
Yeah, room to room.
Yeah. I don't know if I would say ensure.
Just a minute.
Okay.
Okay.
Then you have to give me a minute.
Okay, ensure capacity of developed shelter and or permanent supportive housing units is not decrease during conversion. Okay, does that make any kind of sense?
The only thing that I would. I guess that's okay. I would say I like to maximize to effectively match current capacity because then, but it's like, that's just wordsmithing. So I think we can, I think we're good. I don't need to get.
And then like when we're actually writing it, we'll, yeah.
Does this cover, so this covers the piece around for both the shelter and the permanent supportive housing, but can we also have that include permanent supportive housing?
Yeah, I would do one of the things. Yeah. If we don't want to put it up there, making sure this is.
I think we can just put, this is ours, this isn't theirs, so we can just put this, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And permanent supportive housing.
Oh, wait.
From a new.
No pressure, no pressure.
Is it just permanent supportive housing or was it meant to be just permanent housing? Did you say permanent?
Permanent supportive.
Okay.
So like an example is, I think, like the chalet project in Brattleboro, I believe is permanent supportive housing. And that was a hotel motel conversion.
Yeah, I just didn't know if we also wanted to be able to convert it just to permanent housing.
I don't, because then it wouldn't be like affordable and it wouldn't be available to people.
I meant affordable housing.
Oh,
yeah.
I think that we need to be really clear that it needs to be dedicated to people exiting homelessness, because I feel like we lost that in the VHIP.
Okay,
Change.
we did.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Correct.
We can be even more explicit. Okay. Okay. Wow, guys. Let's see. I'm gonna take this.
Do we want to vote on this?
Yeah.
Quickest charge.
I wanted us to have a quick win coming back from lunch.
Great job.
productive we are.
That was for team building. That was our team building exercise right there. Okay, there's the vouchers there. Yeah. Okay. I had to put
If for some reason,
So you can't see it.
again, so just to be clear, these are like questions to consider. If for some reason Jenny and Sean are like, oh my gosh, we've already considered this, and I mean, I'm not anticipating this. I think if they can maybe let Jubilee and Sarah, by Monday, if for some reason there's like, oh yeah, we've already thoroughly talked about this, and this is like a huge third rail or for whatever, then
And we can vote by mail if need be, if that. So yeah, I agree. If they could let us know by Monday when we're ready.
Yeah, and yeah, I think that makes sense.
Who did we have? I didn't think we need this. No, I think that was from notes from earlier. Okay, so we can take this out.
That's from the charge.
That's from the charge, yeah. I'm like, wait a minute, what? Sorry, you just heard me. There we go. Okay, so this is under 10. So this is the state rules and local regulations and ordinances that are impeding the timely development of safe, decent, affordable housing. This is copied and pasted from what Elise just looked at, with the addition of this sentence here and this below.
And are we changing that top framing just to say, or I can't think of it, so.
The top framing, I don't.
Was that committee, I can't remember. From the committee.
I think that we just had, that we recognized that there was work occurring. Do
you want me to read it?
Yes.
Yeah,
I'd be happy to. That would be great.
Yeah.
Okay. I can read it.
Okay, yeah. I
This
closed
committee,
it. That's great.
This committee recognizes that there is work being led by the Affordable Housing Development Regulatory Incentives Study Committee established by Act 181 to make recommendations related to these issues. Their work has involved extensive input of stakeholders led by the Vermont Department of Housing and Community Development, with participation by VHCD staff. Their final report is not yet complete, but it is anticipated to be comprehensive in nature, addressing detailed recommendations regarding obstacles to affordable housing development. This committee recognizes that the in-depth work of the Act 81 committee will be of value in considering a variety of steps to reduce barriers to expedited development, and does not want to duplicate these efforts. In the meantime, we highlight and recommend several key priorities to be pursued.
You don't have to read them.
Okay.
Unless somebody else needs them.
Okay.
Okay. Did that capture what we talked about before? Yeah, okay. Okay, we're good.
Okay. Monica, we are going to do, can I just make just one more change? Because I just don't want to make, can you go back to what? So maybe if you can say on the bottom, just in addition, some members of the GA task force recommend that I don't know, I just don't want to get in a situation where then Elise or Jenny are having to be no.
Yeah.
I don't know. So this whole report is the committee's recommendation. We'll do the role in there so that they'll be able to see who. I know, I just don't, again, for changing votes, if for some reason they're like, oh my gosh, no, that's I don't think it will be.
They're not here though.
Sorry, I don't know, I feel I hate to be a jerk, but Sean has come to half of one meeting,
I just think that there are recommendations, and if somebody looks at it and is like, yo, that's not even possible, then that's what happens. It's not possible.
Right.
Right, we can make recommendations. This isn't gonna be the law.
Yeah.
This is just.
No, but I'm saying what we're voting on, like.
Okay.
What do you?
Trying to break it into-
Fine, we'll just go.
Do you recommend, do you have something different to recommend? What would you like to, what would you recommend aside from what's there? Because the whole, I mean, the whole thing is the GA task force recommendations. And obviously there are people
Yeah,
that
no,
don't.
just but in terms of roll call, that last piece.
Do you want to break it up into 2 recommendations? We vote on both? And that
Maybe
way,
we'll do that.
What do you mean?
like.
Yeah,
the
that's a good
committee
idea.
Also recommends the following, and that could be a separate vote.
Well, we added language.
Well, we added that one part to the affordable housing part, but so that part would stay. But then the committee also recommends the following could be a separate, this could be a separate, vote.
What
Oh,
if,
no, sorry, in addition to the, consider the following question, sorry, that part would be the separate.
what if we alter, we can definitely do that. What if we altered this to say, explores likelihood or explores, ensuring capacity of, like, what if we put
Yeah,
something
yeah.
where like,
Yeah,
obviously,
yeah.
this is what we want to say. If it can happen, this is what we want.
Thank you.
Does that feel okay?
No. We're having an emergency and we're trying to manage it right while we're doing this.
Not to do with that.
Yeah, not to do with this.
Okay.
Okay, thank you for understanding, and I.
No, I-
apologize
yeah.
for.
Because I am getting like slight
Clarity.
clarity and like some notes on this.
Okay, do you feel comfortable with that?
Explore.
Because nothing else has changed, right?
No, nothing else has changed other than adding the permanent supportive housing.
Yeah.
To the.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think
Which
this
is what you said in your
Yeah.
statement.
Okay, so to throw a wrench in this, one of the challenges around not reducing units for permanent supportive housing is that assumes that there will be common space, that there will be like other things that would be found in like a typical sort of multifamily housing building that may not be found in a hotel motel, that would require more space and a different layout and design. And so that could inadvertently actually end up creating another barrier to this transition.
Well, this is just saying exploring the mechanism though. So it's not saying we're doing it.
I think all we're saying is there shouldn't be zoning restrictions that prohibit it. Like zoning restrictions should be as permissive as possible, but if for design purposes, they're like.
Yeah.
That's a whole separate.
We're not saying that it has to be permanent for, like maintain the same units. It's just that like, if CHT had a way to purchase whatever Motel 6 and keep 90 units there on site, like we would want them to be able to do that because right now, if they purchase it, they can only have 8 units on site. And so they're like, why would we do that? It's not even cost effective. So I think that there is a mechanism to ensure that.
Maybe we say to ensure no zoning or other regulatory restrictions exist to make it clear that we're talking about zoning regulatory restrictions, not necessarily design issues.
It's consistent. Even I saw that. So it's exciting for me.
Underlined, because then you can't see the red.
Yeah.
The red underlines, yeah.
Yeah, conditions. It could say, just say conditions. Does not decrease during, or ensure no zoning or regulatory conditions exist which decrease capacity. So it's just the zoning restrictions. We just want to make sure the zoning restrictions don't decrease the capacity. We know that sometimes the project will decrease the capacity.
Yeah, so this is like.
Yeah. Because it's all, I mean, also it could be that they're all 2-bedroom permanent supportive housing units, and that would decrease the capacity.
Yeah.
So we know that that's the project might.
Okay. Are we okay with this? Lily, are you okay with this? Elise?
Yeah, I like, I'll be totally honest, this is a case where like I would still want probably like Sean and Jenny's written feedback. And I know that that's like,
So I do wonder about Brenda's suggestion to separate these two things for a vote.
I think, yeah, because I don't
We
think I
vote
could.
on the language that was prepared and presented, and then we can vote on the second thing. In addition,
It's just not consistent with the way that we've done the rest of the report.
well,
Like the way that we've, I mean, I understand that, yeah, but
I don't know. I mean, I think sometimes then we've kind of backed off and given multiple options. So like, I feel like then here's like, the option is we do and we don't, you know, like, I think that's what's happened sometimes when people can't agree is, and the group has just been like, well, we'll give options. So I mean, in some ways, I feel like this is an alternative way to do that. Let's just, or we could vote on the top part. Elise and I can try to get this to Sean and Jenny and we can come back, you know, we don't need to take up more time.
Yeah.
If we at least vote on the standard part, can you put that in the chat?
I would like to vote on the second part, if we're gonna break them up into two, but I also just want to say, I want to register and support Sarah and her, what you just said before, which is that these individuals have had the opportunity to be here and be part of this, and it's very challenging to feel like we can't move forward because the people that are part of the task force aren't here. So I want to just say that out loud as well and support that. I think though, if we need to break it up into two votes, then we can, but I think we should vote on those two things.
Just make a motion to vote on the first section.
Yes.
is there any other thoughts online? I just looked and nobody had their hand up before we. Okay, I'm not seeing anybody else. I do just want to make sure I'm like keeping track of it. I feel bad, like it's hard when you're in the room to see who's online. Okay, so the recommendation right now is that we're voting, can we keep this permanent supportive housing for households existing homelessness in the top part?
Was that the intent, Elise, or no, to have that?
So this says shelter. So when in the overview, I think I said permanent supportive housing because that is an example of a hotel motel conversion that has happened in the past couple of years, like the Chalet in Brattleboro as an example. This is not something that they have actually included in the charge for the Act 181 committee. This is something that was added after discussion here. So as far as like how
So I
that
think that
sees it.
So then I think if possible, Sarah, if we can take that up from the first thing that we're gonna vote on, maybe add that to the second, so we can have a clean vote.
Why doesn't the second vote be the committee also recommends the following and
Right.
everything down from there? And if people do not want to, if people are wanting to abstain or not vote on that, vote no on that part, then they can. And the report will be as it is. So if the committee likes those the bottom recommendations under the committee recommends the following, then that can just be our second vote.
I mean, I think even like reviewing up above, this Act 81 committee isn't even charged with anything to do with shelter. Like they're saying that the committee will be evaluating and considering a variety of steps to reduce barriers to expediting development and does not want to duplicate these. The final report is not yet complete, but is anticipated to be comprehensive in nature, addressing detailed recommendations regarding the obstacles to affordable housing development.
I think, so this did come out of that committee, and I think like specifically to the issue of shelter beds as like a.
I think if we just broke it up into those two sections, starting with the committee also recommends the following, then we would address this, we can get through it.
Well, except for that
This committee
the
means
top
not our
part,
committee.
I think it's really just that like, Take out the permanent supportive housing piece for that bullet and put it down below. Because then we have the recommendation that came from the committee as one whole thing, and then we have the add-ons from this committee as one whole thing. And then we can have those things be separate.
I've made multiple recommendations, and so with the groups of people, and they have not all turned out exactly as the words that I put in there, and I think that that's part of being here in the group. And so to me, I feel like I don't want to be that any building zone, I feel like that we're adding permanent supportive housing is one sentence, and otherwise we've left it exactly the same, not even a whole sentence, exactly the same as VHCBs. And it, to me, the flexibility is critical to us coming up with a good report. And so we have been flexible on our recommendations, and I hope that there's flexibility for over a half a sentence in this as well. I mean, I think it makes sense to separate them into two recommendations, but I do think that if we're not going to, then adding that half a sentence has to be okay. Agreed. How do you want to proceed?
I mean, these are from our committee, really. This was a suggested recommendation. I feel like we put our spin on it. I would just like to vote in one, I think. But if others want to do the second, okay, but I don't know. It just seems to make more sense to vote as one, and then that'll be what we do. This is just going to be a complicated report to write anyways, and the more we do these, makes it harder for us.
Okay.
But,
okay, well, let's remove this as the original that we had here, and
So you're just talking about in this whole recommendation altogether.
yes,
in one vote.
in one vote.
I
So
have a process question. If I walk out of this room, can I say that I would vote yes on that right now? Or do I need to wait? Can I do some words?
Let's call you
Okay.
first. Hang on, I
Okay.
just need to, I'm gonna call the roll. Hang on.
Sir, do you want me to do it?
I actually have it.
Oh, you do? Oh,
Too
never
late
mind.
now. Okay. So the recommendation is to submit as is here.
And I believe that's what you put in the chat.
That's what I put in the chat online. Yep. Okay, so Brenda,
Yes.
Miranda,
Abstain.
Lily.
Abstain.
Is Elizabeth on? Elizabeth Gilman? She was earlier.
I think she put in the chat that she.
Okay, not here. Is Molly back? I don't think so. Frank,
Yes.
Amy,
Yes.
Jubilee,
Yes.
Sarah, me, yes. Elise,
I think I have to abstain on this. Sorry.
Shelby,
Yes.
and Chris, are you with us?
Yes, and yes
Great.
again.
Thank you. All right, so that carries. Thanks, everybody, and thanks to the Act 181 committee for these recommendations. Okay, we're gonna remove this here. All right. Moving on. Where did we leave off? We were going to talk about appeals, I think. So left, we have appeals, amended recommendations for the income contribution, and there was something else. Adverse weather, I think we came up with, but we haven't voted on yet. And I think there are a couple other spots that we need to vote on too. Okay, let's start with appeals.
Yep.
Okay. Is that here for this section? Yes, notice and appeals. So we have the benefit award letter, programmatic changes. And then we have, what is that? I don't even know what that is. Oh, we moved this up because it was about, it says to be, this, because this was about denial. So we actually haven't gotten to appeals yet at this point. Okay. All right. Where do we start? What is the current process? Yeah.
Yeah, can I just say, like, I think it's, well, no, I'm not gonna say anything.
Say it.
No, I don't want to say anything.
it. What's this, what?
But it's really good. Relax.
Okay.
No, go on.
Was it about appeals or was it about the vote?
No, stay with appeals. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. What is the current appeal process?
Well,
Miranda, are you able to share with us the current appeal process?
I will defer to Nicole to share with you the appeals process.
I actually just, before we do move on, I want to just ask if after you all have a chance to confer with the committee that give you the opportunity to change your vote by email, if you find out, I think if you, would folks be okay with that?
I'm okay with that.
yeah, I'm okay with that.
So if.
Yeah, that sounds like, I don't think we.
Oh, no, I was just thinking about that, but, yeah, so based on what you find out, just let us know by Monday.
Okay.
I think I think what I've heard is that it's maybe then too broad, but again, without them here, I totally appreciate you can't do it. Yeah, I think
It's too broad.
I think we should just move on forward.
Okay, Nicole.
Off to you.
Hi,
Oh,
thank you. So for the appeals process, if a client received a denial, they are provided a written notice that has the appeals information on the back, but the easy answer is that if anyone wants to appeal a decision, they simply call ESD and ask to file an appeal, and we will schedule a fair hearing and go through that process.
Nicole, I have a question about what we heard it was George, right? This morning, he mentioned a board that reviewed the appeals with the Human Services Board or something. Who comprises that board? Can you maybe share a little bit about that?
There are 3 hearing officers, and then there is the Human Services Board. I do not know who's appointed to the board outside of the 3 officers. I can get back to you on that.
Who are the officers?
I can send you their names via email. I don't know I know their first names. I don't know their last names off the top of my head.
Okay.
One's last name is Azusa and the other one's last name. We can also do those. But also just a little more about the process, if that's okay. After the appeal process, people are given information about how to contact legal aid. I think part of our recommendation here is that letter include how to access or how to contact any organization that specifically takes on new clients for the purpose of representing them in an appeal. And then they go to usually just a fair hearing process. What you heard about from George, because he chose to share that, is that there was an emergency preliminary hearing to have him placed using the reasonable accommodation. And that's what he was sharing about. But usually usually is pretty quick, within 4 or 5 days, but sometimes the decision can take a while. It doesn't always take a while, but I have had decisions take 2 months before, which was the longest. Usually not though. There is, the person can either have a representative that is an attorney or someone else represent them. And that can be someone from an organization, or it can be a family member, friend, or someone that they feel comfortable with. The process operates somewhat like a court, but not entirely. There's a lot of ability for people to,
make errors that you maybe would not be allowed to in court so that people have some flexibility. Prior to that, sometimes the department tries to work out a solution with the client, with the individual, the household prior. Then sometimes the hearing officer will say from that place, I'm going to recommend this right now. I'm going to tell you right now what's going to happen and then put it in writing later. And sometimes they will put their recommendation in writing. Then either party can appeal that decision, and then it goes to the whole board. Recently, they've all been going to the whole board, and that's what used to happen, and that's what was in the rules for it to happen. Later, only if it's a final hearing. So in this case, it would not. So, and then the whole board can review it, and then that's how you can find like decisions. So anything that's been overturned before the point of that final decision, you're not going to see necessarily the memo, the written decision, the preliminary finding that was seen, that was created, unless the individual or the household decides that they feel like sharing it, because everyone else needs to keep it confidential unless has permission. So that's the way that the process works. Currently, people often have to do that process from outside. If we're talking about emergency housing, because they're not allowed to stay sheltered. That has gone back, and there is nothing particularly that has stopped that. That's a department rule. That has gone back and forth, depending on the time, which phase of this program we're in, as to whether or not that has been allowed. I think it's so now just separating from that, it's a very challenging process for the individuals, both because they're outside, but also because it can feel to them. And I don't think that's the intent of the department or the AAG. Oh, and it's the AAG representing the department. It can feel to the individual or the household like they're in a court, like they're in a criminal court, the way that they are questioned sometimes. And so it can be a pretty uncomfortable process, which is why we really support, but again, that's not the intent of the AAG, and it's not the intent of the department. It's just that the process, it is in and of itself stressful, and it revolves around their life or death scenarios or their ability to be inside or outside. So it's very intense for them. And which is why we really support making sure that they know any legal aid has to turn down. Deanna can just nod her head, but legal aid has to turn down cases when they aren't going to be able to take them. And sometimes, for example, the only two organizations I know that take them are Homelessness Vermont and Legal Aid. That then we do take usually those ones that get turned down if somebody knows how to contact us or if they're referred to us. So that we also support our own clients. But if somebody asks us for support, it's part of what we do. So I think that the part of the reason I support people having representation is because the process is so stressful for the individual. And no one is trying to make it stressful, but it just is. It's just the way it is. And so, which is reasonable. And so I think moving to my recommendation, if that's okay. Or our recommendation.
Before we do that, does anyone have questions about the process? As we were talking, I put a couple of links in the chat online for folks. I also noticed that, Nicole, you put in the actual board members' names. I just put the link, so you beat me. Good job. But there is also a link for general information about fair hearings and the forums. And then the last link that I put in is the specific process, which Brenda and Nicole shared about. So are there questions that folks have about that process as it stands right now, or anything additional that anyone wants to share about that? Okay. I noticed that we have already approved language in the document, or in our document that we have here around denial letters, that they'll be issued at each denial. And so this language we did like work through pretty extensively at one of the last meetings. That all denial letters must include the reason for the denial, clear instructions for the appeal process, and contact information for legal services and participant rights related to reasonable accommodation. And then I also am noting on the preparing for your hearing portion, there is more information around like the phone number, for the healthcare ombudsman. If you have a disability, there is contact information for
Communication support.
Yep, communication support, and like if you need accommodations and if there's a language barrier.
So one thing you just reminded me is that I meant to go back to the thing was, I think we did agree at that point that it include the language for not just legal services, but anybody who's available to represent them. And I forgot to include that in the memo. So you just reminded me that link, I can send that to you later where it was in that vote that we made on the denial letter. It wasn't just legal services.
Yeah, does it make sense to include the legal services, the healthcare ombudsman, the Vermont Community Support Project, like to just use this information from the
well, I think that the problem is that it still leaves out at least our organization who does represent people. And so I want to that's why I think since that changed, since that document was created, it could change again where there could be additional people. So I think most organizations are not going to pointedly represent people in fair hearings. That's not part of what they do. But if that comes online, we want to make sure that people have access to that resource. And so I want to make sure, that's why I'm saying not using necessarily like it has to include these people, but it has to include any known organization that takes additional, provides new support or representation for people in fair hearings.
Fair hearing process.
Going through a fair hearing process, because just people should have access to that support if they want it, not even just if they need it, because it is very hard, it's stressful. So you're just reminding me that was something we voted on already, I think, but in the denial, the language was slightly different. So I can send you that.
I think we were really clear around it, including the legal services on there. So, but I guess in addition to the contact information for Vermont Legal Aid, the healthcare ombudsman, like
any organization, and I think we voted on this, any organization that takes new clients to represent people in fair hearing.
I don't think that we voted on that, but I would defer to the rest of that. I think we voted.
Well, I can go back and look at the.
Yeah, for sure. I guess I have discomfort with listing individual organizations for some reason, but I don't
want to list the organizations in here. I'm not saying the same. As often is the case.
Just adding a new type of organization, I believe.
Yeah.
Is people or any other organization that exists to support people or.
Yeah, or that will take new clients to represent people in fair hearings, because that's the difference. Like I might already be a case manager for someone and they know that I can support them in a fair hearing, but Elise may need to have a fair hearing and not be aware that our organization would take a new client. And so therefore she doesn't have access to something that other people do. And so that is, she should at least be aware of that and be just like legal aid.
Go ahead, Jack.
Does the state bar here have like a lawyer referral service? Like, can we potentially use like the way the state bar is set up to do that?
Yeah, there's a referral service. You're saying set up the same similar thing?
That's like there's just a single resource where folks can access referral information, and it's not because I guess to Sarah's point, it's not taking positions on whether someone's a good counsel or bad counsel, but it's just a referral.
Right. Well, that's why I was saying. Right. That's basically what I'm saying is that that organizations that are able to take those on
Yeah.
people should know about them so that they should. So
Yeah, so I'm just saying, we just recommend that we use State Bar's referral service, that they refer people to the.
Well, it doesn't have to be an attorney though. So like we're not attorneys
Mhm.
and I.
That could get worked out. Like, do you know how the State Bar sets theirs up? Like, is there a way?
No idea.
What about 211?
211 sometimes is unable to get through the caseload they have when they get calls. I don't think
I
that's a good.
think the problem that this adding that raises is then it becomes on this department and then I could contact DCF and, you know, who knows, you know, I'm not a great person and don't have like good intentions. And I think it becomes hard for that. Like, how do they know what are the criteria for who they have to include and who they don't? And does that open them up to liability? I think some of the things are just like designated things that exist. And I do agree, it is a problem that we should figure out, but that becomes, I think, really difficult for how they have a system of who they refer people, like
Can we
to include and not include.
Can we change that to then figure it out, like explore how referrals or how resource lists are created for support for fair hearings? Because I just think that that people should have access to a resource that exists. That's
I agree. I just don't know. I think the way it's suggested just creates a whole bunch of other problems unintentionally.
The main part of our recommendation is to be able to remain sheltered, and that part we have not voted on. So I'm amenable, and I don't know if you are, and Shelby's not here, but to just limiting this language to all appeals should, I can't read my own thing, should include remaining sheltered until appeals process is complete. Period.
Okay, so there are no other recommendations to like change the actual appeal process as it's outlined, but there is a recommendation. The recommendation instead is to ensure that households will remain sheltered for the duration of the appeals process through determination.
Correct.
Okay.
Do we want to, like, what happens if there are no hotels and they're in
well
capacity caveat?
Right. So I can say to the extent there is capacity.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about, are there things that are not appealable? Like, are there behaviors that may, for instance, threaten the health and safety of other people at the motel that would require immediate removal from the motel? And how is that reflected in here?
I think that those things are usually, I'll look for a nod also, but are usually addressed. What I say, usually what I think legally it says is that those things are usually things that can be addressed with legal, like you can get a no trespass order on a hotel. A hotel can get a no trespass order. So there are legal resolutions for that. The other thing is it could say, unless where it threatens the health and safety of other individuals in the hotel. And I think that would be okay.
That's what I would suggest that.
Yeah. And then so that would be the one that I would do. I think that both legal aid and us, who are again the only people I know that do this, they usually recommend to our clients that they do not go forward with an appeal if we don't think that it is something that they can succeed at, because it's a pretty stressful process. So usually there's a lot of withdrawals of appeals on both of our ends. And that wouldn't change the recommendation for me. I don't think it would for you, no.
I'm not sharing my screen. I think. Sorry, I was like typing as we were talking. Okay, so this is what I have from our conversation. Households will remain, I can undo my shorthand. Households will remain sheltered for the duration of the appeal process and through determination to the extent there is capacity, except in instances where behavior threatens the health and safety of others at the motel.
I think that's okay.
Okay. From the ESV, Nicole, I would look to you. What are your, Nicole or Miranda? I don't know if we lost Nicole. What you're here? Yes. What are your thoughts on this?
There are budgetary implications as well as implications for others in the program, such as during cold weather, that aren't being explored right now.
What are the budgetary implications?
You would be housing someone that otherwise wouldn't be housed, right? So there's a budgetary implication that we would need to know how big is that implication. And then that also, if you're keeping someone in, that essentially means you're keeping someone out.
Well, if they're innocent until proved guilty, then wouldn't, I guess I'm just unclear how that has budgetary implications, because they would be in the program anyway, because they were eligible, right? Aren't they still eligible? I mean, I think the point is like, folks are still, not to be argumentative, I'm just trying to understand. If wouldn't they still be eligible until the determination from the appeal?
So you're assuming that someone would have been, you can appeal a denial. So that person might have not been found eligible by us, or maybe a period of ineligibility has been applied. So I think there are like determinations that we're saying like, no, this person is not eligible to be in a house, in a room. And that's what they're appealing.
Oh, I guess I, this whole time was thinking about people who are already in the program.
There's a lot of nuance, right? No, I understand that.
Can I just give one example? I mean, it's a very clear-cut example. We have a household who had children. The children are no longer in the household, and so that household is no longer eligible. So they would get a denial notice and not be eligible for housing. And so that would be an example where someone who's not eligible categorically because they no longer are a family with children would still be in a hotel. So budget implications to Miranda's point.
I would suggest that just like in the rest of the report, we make the recommendation because it's of the right process and allow the legislature and administration to duke out budget implications during the legislative session. That's what we've done with the rest of all these recommendations.
I think I agree with this for somebody who's already in the program. I'm like 100% on that. I think for somebody who's not in the program is where I feel confused about.
Can I give you an example of where that?
Oh, I'm sure there are examples all over the place. Yeah, I'm just saying for somebody, like, I think that's totally, like, I don't need to, I understand, but I also am like, where do you just like, where do we draw the line on that? Because if somebody could just continue to like apply and go through an appeal process, then they would be able to stay in a motel.
Well, no, the appeal process, that is true for a very short period of time. The appeal process does end. And so it is.
Couldn't they reapply the next week?
I mean,
and then go through the appeal process again? Like, I guess I just don't feel like, as I think about that, on the front end, that's, yeah.
But with that, like anyone who, that means everyone who came back in on December 1st would not be currently in the program. And so none of them, even if they were being denied for reasons that absolutely they should not have been denied for. I mean, we worked on like multiple periods of ineligibility that were incorrect and addressed them. And so I think that like that But they were not held harmless. They were outside until that was addressed.
Didn't we talk about eliminating the?
Yes, but that was just an example I was using. It's like something that can go wrong systemically.
One thought is I support having both ends, that if you're stay when you're in the program and you can appeal, or you're denied on the front end, I think you should be able to appeal and be eligible. I think, there's always bad actors who abuse systems, but I think we should err on the side of like assuming, best intentions of folks, and that if one person gets denied, it shouldn't be, that's one too many. And so I'd rather err on that side than the other way around, personally.
Yeah.
How long does it take an appeal to?
Well, usually it's fairly quick. Usually it can be within 4 days to a week that you have the hearing and the decision is made somewhat quickly. On a very rare occasion, it's a really long process. And if we don't let that person remain or be sheltered, then they're outside for those 60 days. If we do, then we pay for them for 60 days. If I had to choose which one I was doing, that was incorrect, it would be sheltering. Rather than having the person be holding liability in those 60 days that it took so long. Because it's not their fault that takes that long. It's very rare. Is that true for you too? I just have to ask you. It's very rare that it takes that long to get a decision.
I honestly don't know because I haven't been doing it long enough. Mine have gone quick.
Yeah, they're pretty quickly. They're pretty quick usually.
Are there any other AHS programs that have an appeals process that are time limited either by rule or statute? Any other programs? I'm just trying to get it.
Right. So the other programs have all retroactive benefits when you apply, and you can't get a retroactive benefit for shelter. And so this is sort of addressing that. So every other program allows retroactive benefits.
So there's no other benefits that are time limited in their appeal process?
I guess I'm not understanding your question.
Okay. Well, you said when the appeal process started, some are quick and then some 60 days. Are there other programs that in fact do have an appeal process that's limited by the number of days, such as the individuals within 8 working days, 10 working days of an appeal, they shall be heard? Or is it limited by the appeal board only meets once a month? So if they met yesterday, you've got to wait a full month.
So I believe that the rule says that the Human Services Board will, when possible, will expedite the hearing for these ones. And I don't think that's true actually with all other types. I think these ones are heard more quickly than others.
Yes, Miranda or Nicole know, just more broadly around other programs? Sorry.
Nope, sorry, Frank. I didn't mean to cut you off there. I'm asking our attorney if she can jump in because she is on and she can give you a broader sense.
Hi, this is Heidi Moreau, policy attorney for DCF. Yeah, the other programs, there are some federal regulations, for example, for the 3 Squares program, those appeals decisions are supposed to be rendered within 60 days. There are certain situations where that can be extended. And then there are other programs that do not offer continuing benefits, such as Reach Ahead. So it does vary by program.
Did you say 60, like 60?
Yes.
Yes.
I mean, we're wondering about programs where, where it states,
Sorry.
like there's a time, that places a time limit on the board. I know there's like in other areas, like around child custody or like proceedings. I know in adult protective services, we just couple years. There's limits that say you have to admit, like, this needs to happen by 3 days. And this, are there any programs kind of within the economic services that have limits like that?
No, nothing that's, it must be decided by this time. Because they're kind of, continuances can often be requested and granted. They're very case specific.
So I guess I just think that in the majority of the time it is heard quickly and is resolved quickly. So we're talking about a very limited number of times that it would be more over an extended period of time. And so I don't know that that's worth a bunch of people sleeping outside while they wait for their decision. And it is not, it is not most of the time it's resolved before the appeal anyways. So most of the time it's either resolved with the department or the petitioner withdraws. And that would continue because the people who are supporting them would still recommend that if it wasn't worthwhile.
Is there any data on how frequently the appeals are overturned? I'm wondering, or what the outcome, what kind of data do you all keep on that?
We had some that was sent to us by the Human Services Board. I can try to find it. It was sent to Legal Aid and us and AGE and DCI. It was sent to all of us. I wouldn't find it right now, but I can find it.
Miranda, is that anything that you have?
Go ahead, Nicole.
I was gonna say, we have what the HSB has sent. I don't have it right in front of me right now. We don't do any separate tracking from that other than what the Human Services Board does.
Okay. And I don't think there's a really good tracking of what gets resolved or overturned before the hearing either. So that all we know, all that they see is that it was withdrawn. So it'll show that the petitioner withdrew.
Other thoughts from people?
Can I make a motion? What, can you go back to the language that you wrote so that I can see it? And then I'll make that motion.
Also, will this draft get posted after this meeting?
It will be posted before Christmas. It will be posted by the 24th.
Just make that a little bigger and I'll make it a motion. Thank you. I can see it.
You can't?
I can, sort of. So I would like to make a motion that this committee, this task force recommend that households will, in appeals, households will remain sheltered for the duration of the appeal process and through determination to the extent there is capacity, except in instances where behavior threatens the health and safety of others at the motel.
I am going to suggest a friendly amendment.
Okay.
That there be an appeal process for folks who are within the motel program and one for folks who are outside or who have not had access to the program yet.
Do you mean households that are eligible and ones that are not eligible, or?
I mean, I feel like I'm having a little bit of a challenge, and if this is just me, that's fine. But for people on the front end of the program, offering them shelter up front until they go through an appeal process into determination feels different to me than if they're already within the program and they've been found eligible, but something happens and there's a decision to remove them from the program. I think they should be able to stay in the program until the determination of that appeal process. To me, I see them as separate. So that's just my.
So appeals on eligibility.
But my concern with that is that there are many instances where somebody is denied up front when they really should not have been, and it is really a tweak of them usually. But if they don't have the right support or representation, then it might be hard for them to find that tweak of information. So I'm a little concerned that doesn't follow the reality on the ground of what happens in the program. And so I would hope that we stick to this. And I imagine that the legislature will explore both those options anyways and have more discussion about that. But that I understand that there's different implications, but the right thing to do is for people to be sheltered until during the appeal process. It's very hard to do these appeals from outside.
Okay.
So for the individual to be outside while they're doing an appeal is pretty challenging.
I think that's true for all programs, honestly.
Yeah, right.
So I guess we have two options, and I would defer to the rest of the group. One option is to vote on the language that's here to encompass all appeals, or to separate that into a vote to a language that is specific to people who are within the program and people who have yet to enter the program.
I would support this as like the main option that I would like to see. And then, I mean, obviously I'd support the other if there's not majority support here, but
Why
my
don't we take-
recommendation would be.
Yeah, why don't we take a vote on this as just being, and then if that's.
So this would be for people up who haven't even entered the program yet. This would apply for them as well. Okay, I just want to make sure I'm clear on what we're.
Oh, sorry, go. I just have, I mean, I guess just some concern with not defining instances, like what does threaten safety of others, like, is that something that can be abused to say like?
Yes.
Like, I guess that's makes me nervous more than anything.
Well, that would go through, I guess, I don't know, yeah, I mean, that's pretty common language for housing in general. But I don't know.
I'm trying to think if there's some way to resolve. I agree with you. I was trying to work with this situation. Yeah, no, I agree with you. I would rather it just said the extent there is capacity, period. And then we address because we have another place where we address conduct. And in this document, and I'm wondering if this should be where we address conduct. Just like we.
That would be my recommendation, because I feel like there's just a million ways that could get abused.
So many things like that, but that does. And I do think that most of the time that we come across those things, if we're able to move someone to a different space that works better for them, we've actually been, not every time, but the majority.
Safeguards in place. There are vulnerable households that are within the motel. There are children there. I mean, I think that there needs to be some safety.
Well, I'm not disagreeing about safeguards,
Yeah.
it's more of like
The language.
having this broad
That's
language
fine.
that
So,
can be.
yeah, I mean, I guess.
I would say there needs to be something there that the language needs to be worked on to not stigmatize or whatever it is, like it's just too loose, the way that it's written like that. So I don't know what the language is, and I don't want to like make us sit here and try to noodle through it for an hour, but if there can be something that's added that, you know, the legislature needs to look at language that is supportive and not can be used as like a tool of torture.
Well, I mean, I think that thinking about shelter programs, and as we have like been really trying to like envision this as like a shelter program and not like, you know, a benefit, that I mean, if I was a shelter operator and I was somebody who was like, okay, I mean, I was a shelter operator, and I didn't have the discretion to remove somebody from my property based on a threat to health and safety, I would be like, no effing way am I operating this shelter. Like, I understand there are nuances, and I, as a shelter operator, I operated essentially a no barrier shelter. Like so, you know, I'm different obviously than a motel provider, but I also feel like that is like, I don't feel like that is like an acceptable expectation that people would be able to stay in the program when there is an actual.
I'm not actually saying at all that shouldn't be the case, like.
Yeah, so what are you
I'm saying, it's like 6 words.
Yeah.
And it's not going into any more detail, and so it can be like, it could be like, oh, that kid had a sexually harmful behavior, and his whole family's gotta go, like, and then that kid is stigmatized, like, what's the fault of that? Like, it wasn't necessarily like a means for removing him, but somebody decided that it was, like, what's the language that safeguards from removing people when they really shouldn't be removed? So I'm not saying that you shouldn't be able to do it, but the language as it's written there, it doesn't isn't strong enough or allow for those situations to be avoided.
Can I make a suggestion? Oh, you or Frank?
I was gonna say, I think that language, I'm 100% comfortable when you're talking about like mission-driven shelter providers.
Yes.
But that's not the universe of who this is going to be applicable to. And so I think you need to look at this from the kind of worst case scenario of how this could get abused.
As a motel provider, I would look at this and be like, I'm really concerned that I can't make people leave.
No, but I'm saying we just need to have like prescriptive, like think of like bail statutes and how bail statutes are drafted to like say like these types of people are eligible for bail, but this is when you can, like, we've done that in other ways.
What if we add, so except in instances where behavior threatens the health and safety of others at the motel, the legislature should look at drafting the language of this to make sure
it can't be abused.
It's only used in truly serious situations.
Yes, I think that's good. And I also just wanted to address Sarah's concern that hotel owners can always say that they aren't renewing someone. They can always get a no trespass. They can always, that's not going to change. This is not going to change that. This is in terms of whether the eligibility. So, they do sometimes, and sometimes they don't. Sometimes they do when they shouldn't. So
to shift back to the conversation before we discussed the health safety piece. Help me figure out the logistics from ESD's perspective, from phone call to the toll-free number to denial. What would it look like for that brand new individual, not someone who's already in? What logistically does that look like from a paperwork and administrative perspective? If someone's at the end of that phone line, who's an ESD, caseworker, and says, sorry, you're denied on your initial application for whatever reason, how would that individual who appeals actually access the hotel room physically and through paperwork? I think that's an ESD question. I want to know from the state what their process is. When
So right now, sorry, didn't mean to cut you off.
There we go. I think you understand the question, so hit it.
I think that right now, if someone is not eligible, they're not in a hotel and they wouldn't have access currently to a hotel pending a fair hearing. That's our current process. So if someone calls in and is told that they're not eligible for whatever reason, and they let the worker know that they would like to appeal that or file a fair hearing, however they word that, then that worker contacts a central office team to initiate that fair hearing process. That's the end of the phone call with the worker, and then the Human Services Board contacts the client to schedule the hearing.
Okay, and if we make this change for that initial entry into that hotel, what would be the mechanism then from a logistical and bureaucratic paperwork perspective to get that person into the hotel until their appeal is gone through the process?
I mean, I think it's hard to answer that question right now because it's not part of our current operational procedures. I mean, if we were ordered to, if we, under the rule, were required to house, then we would work with the client like we do any other client to try to place them. But again, it's hard to speculate on what a current operational procedure might be when we don't have anything similar in effect right now.
Thank you. And since we don't have that in place and can't speculate what types, and this is a broad question for everybody, what types of unanticipated consequences would be brought to the forefront? I understand it from Brenda's perspective that if we don't have the appeal process, then someone will be outside. What are the unintended consequences of putting that person into a room while that appeal process begins, I can't believe there's no instance where something is so non-standard right now, and we can't speculate how it would look. There must be unintended consequences of some sort for the process of getting individuals into a hotel.
Is that potentially you have someone who then is eventually found not eligible even after appeal, who's been in a room, and a family that is eligible who's not in a room, you know, I mean, but again, it, you know.
But that can happen in reverse now where.
Right, exactly, yeah. So it's sort of, it's a, especially because there's such a limited capacity of rooms. It, you know, it just, you know, for an individual who is eligible, it is helpful to them, and it just kind of creates more open door for a limited resource. But again, I mean, I bet you have the flip side happening potentially right now, so.
Thank you.
So how do we want to proceed?
So I think that's why we're partially, I mean, this is a recommendation of the legislature, so I am assuming that they would then take up some of these questions and conversation in the legislative committee. Yeah. So I think that is the process. I want to just make sure it's clear that this was also recommendation from these two. So, no, I'm
gonna raise my hand. Yeah. That the recommendation was also from me and Amy. I just wanted to make sure that was.
So I guess big motion to
vote on that.
Vote on this.
Yeah.
I totally agree with Sarah that we should have protections for health and safety, and I agree with this additional language to just ensure that the legislature figures that out.
Yeah. So this isn't just remain sheltered. Do you want this to read for?
Will be sheltered.
Will be sheltered. Will be sheltered. Yeah.
I can only see the errors. I don't know what's wrong with me.
So Sarah, we may need to add here because on the front end, there may not be room for the folks in there, they're already in there, so they would remain sheltered.
Yeah.
Other folks, there may not be
It
room.
says
So,
to the extent there is capacity.
oh, we have that in there?
Yeah.
Oh, never mind. Yep, sorry.
On point right now. Oh my God, sorry.
I just want to like be upfront. I'm probably not, I don't feel like I can support this on the eligibility and like inflow. And I definitely support it for people who are within the program, but I can't support it
Do you
for.
want to keep your amendment on the floor?
We can, or we can go ahead and vote with this and maybe it passes and I'm the only one who is having trouble with it. So, all right. So we are going to go ahead. I'm going to put this in the chat and go ahead with a vote. Did somebody put something in the chat and I missed it, or is that actually just my?
No, that's you.
Oh, okay. It's just my own stuff. Oh no, Heidi did put something in the chat. Sorry. Okay. 75 days of the board's receipt is requesting a fair hearing. Oh, that's around the timeline.
Yeah.
For example, the food stamp is within 60 days. Okay. All right. So I will go down the list and we will call the roll if there are no other. Here's our list of people here. Miranda.
Abstain.
Did you say abstain, Miranda? Okay.
Too many.
That's okay. Lily?
Abstain.
Is Elizabeth on? No. Molly?
Yes.
Brenda?
Yes.
Frank?
Yes.
Amy?
Yes.
Julie?
Yes.
Sarah? I vote no. Sean is not here. Elise?
Abstain.
Shelby?
Yes.
And Chris?
No.
Okay. Monica, can you call the roll so we can have that? Or call or tell us the outcome?
Yes, give me just 1 second.
Thanks.
Yeah. Super sorry about the bouncing around, guys. We have just are trying to deal with something else too.
Sorry.
I think
Three abstain.
Oh, what did you say? Can you just speak up, Monica?
Yes, 3 abstain, 6 yeses, 2 nos.
So 6 yeses, so 6 to 5, so yeses have it, right? Okay.
Yes.
All right, should we take a break for a few minutes? It's 2:00 here and come back at, or it's almost 2:00 and come back at 2:10?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. We will resume at 2:10 for everybody online.
Yeah.
Did you ask clarification?
Send me the language that we put on. I have to. No, I know, I think it's just like.
Yeah.
I.
Yes, I'm gonna ask him. Said he got stuck.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear us online? Yeah, okay. Who is that? Jake?
Yeah.
Been there. Oh, I didn't realize that. I thought that was somebody new. I was like, oh, we have somebody. Oh, okay.
Jake and unverified.
Okay. Not to call you out, Jake. Okay, so let's see. All right, we are coming back here. We just finished appeals. We still have adverse weather and then revisiting the income contribution are the next two things that I have on my list for today. Just looking at the time, it's 2:15. We have until 4 p.m. Should we plan discussion for the next hour and 15 minutes and then at 3:30 kind of finalize things, use our last half hour to finalize things and our process and timeline from here? Does that make sense?
Sure. And is your goal to get through all of the 13?
Yeah, absolutely, totally. Yeah, it's happening. We'll do the best that we can.
Can I make a
Talk about shutdown discussion at times and just be like, we're voting now.
Okay.
Can I make a request that we do mix
Your
get
power.
to reasonable accommodations? Because I feel like I keep.
There are reasonable accommodations.
In the, I put it in the, actually put it in the I put it in charge 3. We had that CHINS, DCF, ability.
Yeah, didn't we have that in
Reasonable
there?
accommodations. Yeah, we don't have it in there because we keep not voting on it. So, I just,
hang on, I'm
there's
just
a
trying.
disability recommendation that I worked on with Sarah, and then there's reasonable accommodation access for shelter access.
Hang on, I just want to find, okay. Can we actually just vote on adverse weather? Because we talked about the language and that, we need a early win. And then we can move on to that. Okay, so, the language that we talked about for adverse weather, let me just write it in here. Where is this? Why am I not finding it? Okay, hang on, let me show it my screen. This is actually the one part of the, this document that doesn't have any like strikes through it at this point. Okay, so this was what we talked about, I want to say at one of our like very early meetings, which was that adverse weather must include relaxed eligibility requirements to avoid exposure death to align with closure of Vermont state parks for the season, which is October 15th through April 15th. There's agreement that adequate funding and support for seasonal liberator shelter must be provided. This was language that we talked about early, like really early on, but we didn't actually do any formal voting around it. Is there any concerns with this language at this time?
I support that language.
Okay.
I support this. I think one flag, and I forget if we talked about this or not, is whether we also want to have language around not just cold weather, but also kind of extreme weather, particularly now that Vermont, the climate is shifting. And so in the summer, like during these non-periods, you're still seeing times where it would be ideal for folks to have access to emergency shelter, like flooding or.
Extreme weather.
Yeah, so not only have like a cold weather period where we have eligibility, but also have flexibility for the state to also, when there's certain factors that are met.
So how that works, and Lily, maybe you can speak to this a little bit too, is that that wouldn't be specific to people experiencing homelessness. So that there are like emergency or extreme weather shelters that open in different regions of the state. And that's part of like, that includes tornadoes and.
So we already have that.
No, it doesn't it? That's my understanding.
Well, and though I think the equivalent, if I'm understanding what Frank is proposing correctly, I think almost the equivalent, Sarah, would be like the extreme cold weather shelters versus an adverse weather period, or like so there are circumstances in which things get, and I feel like what I'm about to say really kind of minimizes the experience of like people every day who are experiencing personal emergency. So like but I feel like those kind of things happen as like a FEMA emergency level, like disaster declaration or like weather forecast level thing. Then you have general assistance emergency housing, which has this seasonal approach. It used to be night to night, like, which is kind of exists outside of that. And so I think what Frank is saying is like similarly to how GA has carved out some cold weather capacity on a lower threshold than like the extreme cold weather. Do we want to do something similar to allow access to hotel rooms during those periods of time? Yes or no?
I
don't know.
I understand that, but I also, just from my experience, that there was both a flooding event that was concerned to take place in Burlington, and there was like a tornado watch or something. And the city was contacted by AHS Emergency Management. Neither of those events happened in the winter. And so we were contacted to like, as part of whatever that like stand down, whatever you know what I'm talking about? Like they started to go into that planning process. Do you know?
Right. And I guess what I'm thinking, and again, Frank, you can correct me, is that potentially other weather that does not then activate the emergency operations center or some kind of emergency plan. Are there other weather scenarios similar to, again, cold weather, which doesn't activate? They don't access those plans, you know, December to March.
Not the emergency management level and then.
But again, maybe, I don't know, Frank, if that's helpful or not.
Can I make two suggestions? One is either that we say the legislature should explore a mechanism for keeping people sheltered in non-cold weather months during adverse weather events, or we leave it as it is and know that we will still ask the legislature to explain that, to do that in the interest of time.
I mean,
but there's those of us that will.
I think from my experience, when there has been a forecasted like extreme weather event or adverse weather event during the warmer season, as a municipality, like we have begun, like we've become emergency, but like I think what you're talking about is like this in between.
Well, and you're
where, like,
also
it's
a
not
municipality where that is possible. When you have rural Vermont, where do you choose like my little town with like 1,000 people, and people can't, maybe necessarily get to that shelter in Burlington, but there are hotels in their county.
Well, they have to provide transportation. Like there's a number of things that go, so if it's out of county, then like then transportation has to be provided. Like, so there are specific things to like keep people alive during. I don't disagree with what you're saying. I guess what I'm thinking is that it seems duplicative for the motel program to do the same thing when that.
Maybe explore, like in the, again, we'll count on Frank to make us sound smart, but given the regular, extreme weather events Vermont has been experiencing, just kind of directing the legislature to explore whether our current practices, like I know in my organization right now, we're working with the federal AHS to redesign our emergency management plans, just given what's going on. So directing the legislature, I think we should, even not just within this population, really need to be doing that because we're facing literally a different climate.
And I think it's important, again, like to just go back to, my earlier comment is that like the motels aren't the fix for everything.
Yeah.
And so like, I think that
I think what happened is that during the flooding and during other extreme weather events, people sometimes have not had access. So we've had, for example, we had several clients who their tents were flooded, everything was flooded, and they were not necessarily as welcomed into the Red Cross. They should have been, I'm going to tell you right now, but they weren't. And they didn't count under flood category, even though everything they had been ruined in the flood. And so I think that there's having that, and whether or not you're in Burlington or in Brattleboro is a big difference as to whether or not that's going to exist for you. And so I think that is, I think that's really important to just, or Brattleboro or Rutland or, whatever. Every district is very different in the way that they address these things. So I think we're not saying that it should happen. We're just saying we should explore if the current mechanisms.
Okay, I come to recognize that you guys are all subject matter experts in homelessness, and I accept that and have learned a lot from you. I'm probably the only cat here that has personally responded and had my name on the bottom of a piece of paper 4 times for actual FEMA emergency response in Rutland for 4 different events. And make sure, all I'm saying is make sure Red Cross gets its due. And while I lived for 2 years in the legislature, I also recognize that I would say municipalities have a much better sense than the legislature on what type of responses need to occur during emergency.
I agree with that.
And so please don't, I'm asking, please don't prioritize the legislature ideas in front of municipalities and Red Cross. That's spoken as a municipal dude who's had to respond to.
Yes, but when the legislature should explore what that means is we have the municipalities come in, they talk to the state, but to ensure there's funding for municipalities to respond, the legislature's gotta do it, at least if you want money outside of the state. Or outside of like your own municipal tax dollars. So this would be, in my head, it's the legislator, they're working together to ensure we've updated our emergency plans and way of operating for the fact that we're having at least once a year, having major flooding events, So I think it's just calling us that we need to really, work together with municipalities to explore. Yeah, I like that, calling out the municipalities in there. But we need absolutely the input of municipalities, but we also, like, the legislature's the ones that make the budget.
I mean, I'm also.
So it's not that we're in this.
The charge, what I was suggesting goes beyond what the charge is, because it's specific. So I'm also fine like pulling this and knowing that we're gonna ask the legislature to do this as well.
Do this as well,
So just keep with what we originally had in there, because it's we're overcomplicating things right now.
I agree. If people are more comfortable with this, just the top part, then then we can talk about it.
Yeah. Okay, so we're
So just-
proposing to remove this.
I recommend striking that and just voting on the.
Yeah, Frank, I did an actual really good job making that.
You did.
Actually, Sarah,
Sorry, Sarah. You know what, you should keep it.
For when you're testifying the legislature.
I'll email you. Okay. All right, I'm gonna email
Amy, I told her it was coming. I did my part. Now. Should happen.
Okay. Yeah, everybody watched it happen. Okay, so this is what is proposed. Adverse weather must include relaxed eligibility requirements to avoid exposure death, to align with closure of Vermont state parks for the season, which is October 15th through April 15th. There is agreement that adequate funding and support for seasonal low barrier shelter must be provided. All right, Monica, I'm going to call the roll. Miranda?
Abstain.
Oh, I can stop sharing. Lily?
Abstain.
Elizabeth is still not here. Molly?
Yes.
Brenda?
Yes.
Frank?
Yes.
We're waiting on Amy's vote.
She wrote it back.
She wrote back to me.
Yep. Sure, yes. If you don't want.
Yeah, it hasn't come through yet. Jubilee?
Yes.
Sarah, me, yes. Elise?
Abstain.
Shelby?
Yes.
And Chris?
Yes.
Okay. Come on, Amy. All right, we will, I guess, move forward. So Monica, do you have that vote?
Did you say Amy wrote back saying yes?
I don't have it in my email. So is she in? Where is
Not
Amy?
counting Amy. We have 7 yeses and 3 abstains.
7 yeses and 3 abstain? Is she allowed to vote? She asked for the vote language to be emailed to her, and that she could vote remotely. Isn't that kind of the same thing that you guys are doing with Sean and Jenny? We thought that was, they're not voting. Oh, they're not voting.
No.
Oh, okay. Well, I thought you were gonna change your vote. Didn't we say you could change your vote?
I don't think we're gonna change our vote if the language doesn't change, so I think.
Oh, okay.
We did agree that they could change their vote as a group.
No,
I just don't know the point of, I am not good with like rules.
No, that's fine. Okay, that's fine. Then
Has to
we,
be here or not.
That might be like a formal process.
yeah, that's a good point. I didn't even think about it.
Call in, maybe.
She is,
Right, I think she has a
especially
conflict,
again, she's
yeah.
trained.
Yeah.
And she really would like to be able to vote, especially as we talked about reasonable accommodation language. Which is why she said that too.
Yeah, I know. I just don't, if it's not, if we can't do it. I mean, this carries, so let's do this. So we'll move on with this. All right, next up is, I'm trying to think, model of care, non-traditional, it's necessary for non-traditional case management, when there are barriers that exist to, connection in traditional case management. So I don't, what did you say?
I'm pretty sure you taught me that should be non-categorical.
Non-categorical. Non-categorical case management. So I don't think we need to, this just really is like every idea I feel like that everybody's had that I've been trying to keep track of while we've been. So
that's a good, I mean, for me.
The only one-
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
The only one that I don't see here is, you said I can't see it. You said the voucher that, expanding I'm sure forgetting the name of it, but the voucher that comes through ESD. And we had a recommendation as part of 12 that was, another idea that was recommending alternative state-funded rental subsidy for households and individuals who don't qualify for Section 8 or are on the waiting list. And need a gap subsidy.
Okay. So
Yeah.
this was, we just included family unification.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, that was an example. So those were just examples.
Okay.
Listed there. So I actually set, additional rental vouchers.
Oh.
And that was, for example,
Okay.
through Vermont State, expansion of the family unification program.
Oh, okay.
et cetera, right here.
Okay.
Sarah?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Molly. Just looking at this list, I would recommend adding something around, community-based law, increases for adequate.
Molly, do you want to put something in the chat? Or I can type while you're talking, but you're gonna have to start
It looks like you
over.
may have frozen.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Try it.
It's the teams. Oh, no, it's just Molly.
No, Nicole's just.
Nicole's moving. Nicole, are you there? Yeah, no, Molly froze.
Yes, I'm here.
Molly, can you type in the chat?
Molly's gone now. Oh, no, she's there.
Shoot. All right, we'll come back to that.
So, well, I guess that's the history.
And so for like, this would be good for like the minority part, we can all just dump in additional recommendations for this session into that, so.
Sure. Yeah. Okay, we'll see if Molly rejoins us. I don't know where she went. Sorry, Molly. Okay.
I'll ask that process question later.
So that is our
That is our report, or for a draft, we have our draft.
Did we want to try and talk about periods of ineligibility real quick?
I would love to add that.
Yeah, we can. So is that gonna be under number 9?
Mhm.
Okay, so this is what we have here. I go back, actually, no, everybody can see that, so let's have it.
You can look at, if you look at, the HHAV.
Oh, did you, so Frank,
It's
can you share
basically
your-
that, it's in a.
Yeah, so it's our recommendation too, so I think.
Yeah,
I
it's
think
a
we
little-
combined.
It's kind of,
Okay.
yeah, bullet points and things.
Yeah.
Frank, do you wanna
Oh, sure, I'll get into meetings. in a
share?
second.
Oh, okay.
Do you want me to?
Actually, no, I have it
Oh,
too.
you? Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, you have it?
I saved it from when you sent it to me.
I can get in real quick, I'm here.
Okay.
Oh, you just sent me Frank's email. I actually not the.
Oh, it didn't attach?
No.
Okay, here, I'm gonna share my. So
Just so you know, you're
Oh,
sure.
you have it?
Yeah,
I know.
okay.
I know.
Oh,
Oh, you're back, Molly.
Yay.
Yay.
My laptop, like, it wasn't plugged in, so that was just classic timing. Anyway,
Yeah.
luckily I had my cord. Anyway, sorry for that. I'll be faster. My brain wasn't functioning very well either. But I was in the kind of brainstorm of ideas. I would appreciate an addition around increased resources for home and community-based long-term care. Because there's just not the structure for adequate funding for, residential care homes, assisted living, even like adult day services where our older Vermonters have places to be during the day. So I'd really appreciate that.
Yep. All right.
So
I think for some of this stuff, and I don't know where you might put it or like how to, maybe it's under alternative housing options. I mean, I think some of the challenges we see, and we talked about this earlier, some of us during lunch, of like, pets, smoking, like people who have maybe criminal background, so I think like a lot of these things are positive. And we see, like the homes that Molly just described, like affordable housing, I mean, really good projects that also just like, you can't be there if you're a smoker, you can't bring your pet, you can't, and so again, I don't know if it's under alternatives but I think that's, well, how would you say that? What would you say? Well, that's, I think you're right. Under like alternative option, like a number, what did you have? I can't have my glass on number. Is it B? Number B? Yeah. But like, I don't know, like just consider the needs and preferences of those experiencing homelessness in all housing options. For example, smoking, pets.
Criminal history.
Right, because I think a lot of people then, we hear sometimes from landlords who are like, I'm not getting referrals from coordinated entry, and it's like, okay, well, we don't have folks who fit that unit who don't smoke, or we don't, and on one hand, I mean, I'm not a smoker, I prefer to be in non-smoking spaces, so like, I really appreciate that, and it also, I would imagine telling someone experiencing homelessness that they need to stop smoking is like a really,
it's a no-go. Former property manager, like despite all of the best efforts, creating smoking areas, that is like the biggest kind of behavioral issue that's really hard.
Yeah, and so how do you, is it, again, these alternative?
Well, I think I just talked to somebody who was at the Elmwood shelter and he got offered through Cathedral Square, the new Kelly Fields unit, and he was so excited to go and see the unit. And he was somebody who stayed at the winter shelter and whatever, made huge strides, but there's only one bus a day to the clinic and he doesn't get take homes. And so he had to turn down the unit because there wasn't transportation for him to get to the clinic. And he's like, oh, maybe I could do it. And I was just like, no, like any barrier that's in place for him to get to the clinic, I know he's going to take advantage of. So it was like,
such a tough, so I think like proximity to service.
Yeah,
services
just-
and transportation. Yeah, and transportation down.
Can we do?
Okay,
Okay.
we can period of ineligibility real quick.
Real quick, can we do that one?
You are.
Yeah.
We should have. It's actually, we actually planned to go until like 5 tonight and we just told you all 4. So then you would be like, oh my God, we gotta do this. Yeah, that was planned on our part. Okay, so, this.
Okay.
Frank.
Do you wanna share
Frank, can you
Frank's
share?
version?
Why are you on?
Come
on. Don't.
No, we're not gonna break.
I'm joining virtually now.
Do you want me to share? Are you not joined?
I'm joining right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
He doesn't have the Teams problem that I have. My computer's like, no, as a general activity.
My problem when I try and share with Teams is like my cursor disappears.
Yeah. There we go for me. We could just vote on the very simple remove period of ineligibility and then put the conduct recommendation languages in. Remove periods of ineligibility and here are the recommendations for addressing conduct. And there's ours and there's theirs and I think it's a combination. I think they.
Can you all?
Okay.
What do you do?
Sorry. Thank you.
Can you just make that a little bigger, Frank?
Yep.
And I have, before we get into this, I have a question about, just so that I understand period of ineligibility. So what we can control is period of ineligibility for the emergency housing program. We can't have any control over whether or not a motel will take somebody if they're
Right,
like a do not.
right.
Okay, I just want to make sure that I.
Well, I mean, actually, we could make some rules around that, but we didn't decide to make any recommendations.
Yeah.
Get that much.
Okay. Go ahead, Frank.
So here's our recommendation. This is through the conversations we had with through the kind of HHAB group we were working with. Recommend that we remove periods of ineligibility and instead address it through various mitigation opportunities, which is the second paragraph.
Can I just make a motion to vote on it? I don't know if people have to discuss, but we don't have a lot of time.
I wanted to say, before we vote on this, this was also the, if we remember back to public comment and our work with the Vermont Network, they also recommended eliminating periods of ineligibility across the board, but specifically because they felt that it had a disproportionate impact on households fleeing or experiencing domestic violence. So Kara Casey submitted that in public comment like a couple of months ago.
Yeah, and VCIL also said the same thing about it has on people with disabilities. So I think this is good language. I think it matches our language. So I'm going to support your language, which is the same as our language.
Okay. State either. Okay. Any,
I'm gonna stop sharing my screen, put it into the chat, okay? Because I'm in 2 different windows.
yes.
Is that okay?
Yes, yeah, and then I'll copy it from the chat and put it into the document to make sure that I have it the way you have it. While Frank's doing that, is there any questions or other thoughts about this? Okay.
Should that be support this?
Yeah, can you have to put it in the chat.
I just did.
Oh.
Thanks, yeah. Is it?
It just says Frank is typing.
Is it not in there? Looks like it's in there on my end. Is it not showing up?
Is it, I'm not, it's not showing up, Frank. Frank, do you want to release it into an email?
I read all this off.
I have it open. I will paste it in the chat.
Thank you.
Yeah. Nicely done, everyone. That's what I get for getting this done. Good job. We'll figure it out. I just wanted to-
Which number is it?
Oh, it's 9.
9. There we go.
Sorry, I just emailed it to you just so you have it too. Hopefully that went through.
We're almost done and then we'll be out of here. They're with me, State Representative.
Okay. So I'll go ahead and stay tonight. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're leaving.
As long as it is a badge buddy. And I know a bunch of you have badges. So you're in charge of everybody.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Oh, it says I can't, it won't let me post in the
It's
chat.
okay. I had just copied it from my email and put it in here. Hang on one
Are
second.
we in the State House tonight?
No,
Oh my God, I was just thinking that. I was like, it's like nice
as
and easy.
legislators, this building and a couple others, we have unrestricted access to, so we can.
Can we like?
Sounds
Like, I bet you that has been deeply envious.
Okay.
Done like midnight, yeah. Not all the parts, and the chief of police, not like it.
Okay, so we are gonna vote, we are gonna vote on the language that, Frank, or that we're not able to put in the chat for some reason. But I have it right here in the document.
Okay.
So periods of ineligibility shall be removed, and then, we have comments around, how to engage folks, utilizing a housing first model. Okay, so I'm gonna stop sharing and, Monica, I'll send this to you. I'm sorry, we can't put it in the chat right now. Nicole,
Abstain?
Lily? Abstain. Molly?
Yes.
Brenda?
Yes.
Frank?
Yes.
Jubilee?
Yes.
Sarah, yes. Elise?
Abstain.
Shelby?
Yes.
And Chris?
Yes.
Okay, I know, everybody is. All right, you guys, it's 4:02 and we have our draft.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks.
Sarah and Julie, thank you very much.
Thank you, Monica. Nicely done. Yes, Monica, thank you so much.
Thank you. And Monica, we can be done.
Great.
Nicely done getting those through in the last minute.
Sorry.